All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to PML Open 2020. We are back from the lunch break. It is round 3 of 5 coming up soon. But here with us today, we have Fake Gamer Guy returning. He joined me in round 2. And we have Carrot Parfait, who is showing up today. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, Carrot Parfait?
My name is Carrot Parfait. I have been part of the Seattle Mahjong scene for about 10 years now. I was fortunate enough to represent the United States in the World Reach Mahjong tournament twice, and I'll be returning for the third one as soon as the pandemic stops it from not happening. So, yeah, that's a little bit about me, and other than that, let's just see some fun games.
All right. Well, it's nice to have you on board commentating. I will be taking a back seat for the next couple games and just running things here. In the meantime, let's take a look at the standings again. And here they are. We can run it back to the top here. All right. So, you weren't here when we went over the standings, Carrot. Any names you recognize? Anything interesting?
Yeah, certainly. If you've been playing Mahjong in the United States for a while, you see a lot of returning figures. I don't want to call anyone out in particular, but after 2 games, it looks like there's some very strong leads, and certainly there's room in the next 3 Hanchan to flip it around today.
All right. So our next games are getting ready to begin. And in the meantime, well, let's put it this way. You said you started 10 years ago, right?
More or less.
Yeah. What got you into Mahjong in the beginning?
Well, first, Mahjong was something that you'd only see mentioned in anime. This is even before Saki and Nakagi really became a popular thing in the Western sort of anime community, and I was curious about learning how the rules went. I had a local board game group that I would play with regularly, and I tried to convince them to learn. I managed to get them to play maybe one or two hands as we mumbled through the rules that were printed out online. But like many people who started a while ago, I really cut my teeth on Tenho, and made that Hatsudan climb more than a few times, just learning and relearning. But there was a group um, that met at Microsoft, and also some people who worked at Nintendo that played Mahjong in person. And that's when things really took off, because it was a sense of community and a sense of playing with other people and learning and getting better that made it something that was worth sticking with, I think.
It's always nice to have good competition there. Do you think it's sort of a rival thing, right? You know, if you have someone to compete against, you'll work harder.
True story. There was actually a time when there were three people who lived in the same house who all went to the World Reach Championship in 2016. Um, that it was known as the Mahjong House. It was also known as the Shane House for a different reason, because there were two people who were named Shane that lived there. But yeah, having people that you can compete against, and especially people who are interested in not just playing as a casual game, but playing competitively and improving their performance, really helps drive you, I think.
Yeah, and I think really the mahjong scene has grown a lot in even just the past 2 and 3 years. You know, before COVID and everything. Um, I
Certainly, with the popularization of some of these Mahjong clients, Mahjong Soul has done a lot to make Mahjong accessible. Having Mahjong in games like Yakuza 0 and Final Fantasy 14 has also helped bring awareness of the game, and also make it available to people who maybe aren't into Saki or Akagi or that kind of thing, even tangentially.
right. Yeah, because I
And certainly,
remember I also started with Tenho myself, and there wasn't really an English client plugin or really many places to play English Reachy at all at that point.
yeah, there were a couple of offline clients that were mostly used as educational tools to teach you the rules, but even those were kind of lacking. And if that was all that we had to play with, I can imagine how a lot of people would just bounce off of Mahjong entirely. Um, but especially now that a lot of Mahjong clubs have moved most of their activities online, I feel like the sort of accessibility for getting into Mahjong is better than it has ever been, especially since the clients really help streamline a lot of what um, people bounce off of when they first start playing in person. You know, all of the rules about how to shuffle the tiles and build the wall and roll the dice and stuff like that, that's not actually important to playing the game, but that people focus on just way too much when they start playing. And they evaluate the game as being too hard because of, just getting the maintenance done.
Yeah, I remember at a recent lecture, we were fortunate to get a lecture crowdfunded for Tsuchida Kosho Pro from Japan, one of the professional mahjong players from Japan. Not just one, but maybe the, you know? He's been playing for over
Hmm.
50 years. And he had a question asked, and it was, how do you work on calculating score? And he was like, you know what? Don't even bother. The tables soon, the auto tables, you're going to be able to flip your hand over and it's going to count the score for you. Just worry about loving the game and spreading the game. So it as you said, it's really nice that there are a lot of these clients and things like that that cover all of the nitty gritty details that can make it complicated to start up a game of mahjong.
Right, and once you get into the mechanics of playing Mahjong, once you get into what makes Mahjong fun, building your hand, trying to get better scores, those are the kinds of things that after you've already fostered that love for Mahjong, you can opt into learning, the foo calculation, learning about all of the other little minutia as a way to bump yourself from that sort of intermediate to expert level.
All right. And speaking of intermediate to expert level, let's get those games going.
All right, well, here we go. In East 1 game, we're in the perspective of David Tower. I hope I'm pronouncing everyone's names right. We got a really great start here. Not sure if we're going to turn this into a Honitsu or better hand, but ooh, and pulling in a Pinzu there definitely is pushing it in that direction. It turns out any sort of oh wow, that's great. Any sort of non-Sozu, non-Manzu draws are gonna probably dictate David's hand unless we end up with like an unfortunate sort of Chitoitsu kind of shape here. On the right, Sophie already has 2 closed triplets, which is a really strong shape, can end up becoming a Sananko potential. David sticking with the suit. Oh, and there you go, Sophie getting into Tenpai. No Sananko, but definitely has the Tanyao potential.
Yeah, I feel like
David.
David's probably going to fight pretty hard for this, given that he's currently in 4th place overall, and he's got a pretty big hand. I think he's going to try and push to maintain that lead.
Oh, and a closed con by the reach. Nice. Everyone is always excited to get one of those. One of the few times when I 100% advocate always conning. David, seeing that now David can fight for their hand with 2 safe tiles. It's a good sign.
Great position to be in.
Ooh, tossing that Dora like it's nothing. Of course, there's safe to the reach, but does not help David's hand one bit. Don't want that to become dangerous to someone else later.
Oh, there goes one of the 3s.
Question is if David's going to be able to call into Tenpai. Fortunately, David is working in the suit that Sophie's winning tiles are in, which actually makes it easier, even though David doesn't know what Sophie's winning tiles are necessarily, makes it easier for David to build their hand because they don't have to, everything that they're cutting is going to be safe. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Sumos for the reach sumo, Tanyao. Did we flip some Doras? We flipped 3 Uradoras. That con paid off.
San Ura.
Because that was the Uracon that got those 3 Dora. Taking a little bit of time for this initial discard, trying to decide whether or not to go for a flush hand, perhaps. It's usually what happens when you start by cutting from the middle. You're declaring a very strong intention not to play that suit at all.
Yeah, Sophie's currently 46th place overall after the second game with negative 21-6. So this is definitely a great start, and will hopefully put her in positive if she can keep this up after by the end of the game.
Unfortunately, none of these honor tiles that Sophie's holding on to are of any immediate help, and also Tanya possibilities are pretty much cut off by that pair of 9s. So Sophie might end up just having to go for another reach hand at this point, despite cutting all those Sozus, which might, in hindsight now, look like a bit of a mistake. Committed a little bit too much to a pretty weak Honitsu or Yakuhai possibility early on, I think. And Benoit getting into a very fast Tanyao shape. But Cassandra already with a Honitsu on the opposite side. Sophie's double north is actually one of Cassandra's winning tiles. So we'll see if Sophie ends up cutting those at some point. Oh, and Benoit taking a step back from Tempai to pwn 3 Dora. Hopefully it'll be worth it. Tanyao Dora 3 is definitely stronger than Tanyao Dora 2.
The math adds up.
Deciding which pair to hold on to. And instead decides to keep both pairs for the extra pawn opportunities.
Yeah, luckily for Cassandra, the only other pair, well, I guess now that she has 3 pairs, but I was gonna say the Norths are the only like really dedicated pair with the 899. She might want to discard the 8 Monzu or the 9 Monzu, so the Norths aren't really in that much danger of coming out.
Yeah, someone might make ooh, and reach coming in from David, trying to shut down all of this open hand nonsense. And gets it. There you go. That's payback for the dealer penalty that David had to pay on that last sumo.
Yeah, luckily it's a pretty small hand overall. Unfortunately, it does strip the dealership from her, but you know,
It
overall
does shut
could have
down
been
2 Mongon potential hands. So all in all, that was a good play on David's part. And there we go. Benoit decides not to call, hoping to pick up the East later. This is a pretty solid plan to usually get your Yakuhai locked in before you start opening up your hand.
Yeah, typically with a hand like this, I'd go for probably an Itsu with the Sozu, but with the double Dora in there, looks like they're going to go for something a little easier where they don't have to discard the extra Dora later on.
And even though one of those Easts is in Sophie's hand, it's probably going to come out before too long, unless they end up drawing a second. David's hand coming together nicely. Now's a decision point on whether to, and locks it in. Locks in the reach. Potential E-Peiko possibility. And loses out on the potential of Yakuhai, but ooh, and there we go, fighting, killing that E-Pots. Now Benoit needs those Easts in order to progress, but will that dangerous? No, it's not. Keeping those dangerous 4s. Being able to incorporate both of those into their hand will be tricky, however. Sophie calling as well without a Yaku, but drops that East. Once again, no Yaku on this side here, so something that you should definitely consider before opening your hand, especially when fighting a reach.
Yeah, that Chun was a bold discard, I think.
And unfortunately draws the winning tile. And with so few tiles to work with, of course it comes out. Already to East 4, Cassandra with a strong showing in Monzu there, and lots of other shapes that could go into a very early dealer reach at this point.
Yeah, it'd be really nice to see a like a Honitsu Itsu or a Chinitsu Itsu come out of this, especially as dealer. That would be huge.
Decides to not go for the flush dream by cutting that 9, instead going for the faster hand. There we go, another strong shape to work from. David managed to crawl out of last place into second, but that early Early Hane Monsumo is still keeping Sophie up.
Yeah, so Cassandra is currently 1 Shanten. Ideally, they can pick up the 3 Pinzu, reach on the 3 Sozu. I was going to say, and then hopefully get the 4, but deciding to
Well, there we
Damaten
go.
for now.
Damaten has the closed Ipeiko, so even without a Pinfu shape, is still able to just do an early Dama here in case that 3 comes out, and there's still the possibility of picking up a 5 pin.
Yeah, the 5 pin's probably the ideal tile to pick up. Because that would also give them the ability to reach with a Pinfu, reach Pinfu Ipeiko.
Alternatively, picking up a 1 pin would add a Dora to their hand, and allow them to keep Damaten. So lots of room for improvement. This is a great example of a place where not reaching immediately when it's first available is strategically advantageous. Benoit's hand coming together very nicely. Just needs something in the Monzu range or to finish that 3-4-5 in order to have a possible Pinfu Tanyao.
I like the tactical emote usage there. Playing mind games with their opponents. You know, oh, I'm so nervous. Oh, what's gonna happen? Even
Keep
though
drawing
they're
these Sozu. Oh no.
yeah. Although that being said, currently they have no Pinzu in their discard pile, so the other players may be wary of discarding anything.
Oh, there's that 1. Are we going to see this turn into a reach, or are we going to continue Damaten? There goes the reach. Now the hand is, with Itsumo, a potential Mongon, so turning it around now also on the 3rd row, putting a lot of pressure on other players. Do you really want to fight for this hand? I'm the dealer.
Well, fortunately for the opponents, only one player even has a 3 pin in their hand, so unknowingly, the odds of discarding into this dealer reach is pretty unlikely.
That also means that those 3 pins are in the wall somewhere, which gives Cassandra the hope of drawing them. A lot of time spent contemplating that, going for a slightly dangerous discard. That one mon was not safe to Cassandra at all, considering those discards. But now Benoit has more potential for drawing. Oh no! Well, oh, and there's the sumo. There you go. And
yeah,
with
unfortunately,
the,
no Uradora, but dealer Mongon can't complain.
Yeah, and with the Kiriage rules, that does become a Mongon. And of course, the all-important dealer repeat. That clearly launched Cassandra into first place, putting a lot of pressure on both David and Benoit to not just win any hand, but try to make up that point differential after 2 12,000 point hands. Just shuffled a lot of points around.
Yeah, the difference between those two is only 300 points, so depending on how the rest of the game goes, we may see fights with, just Pinfu Nomi or something like that in order to shuffle up the placements and avoid additional placement penalties.
It is still East 4, so every person, time permitting, will get another dealer. So no one is quite to the level where they need to start doing desperation plays yet, but never know what the second half will have in store. got this sort of unfortunate 3-pair situation going on in Cassandra's hand. The 8899 could turn into an Ipeco shape, but this is far away from Chitoi. This is far away from Pinfu. This is far away from really like anything that you could call. So
Yeah, the 3 pairs are taking up a lot of space in their hand, but also so is the south, which is being reserved as a safe tile. So not a whole lot of room to make adjustments to this hand unless they happen to draw the golden tiles that they need.
Right, and that one pin that got discarded early turns out is actually kind of a albatross hanging on Cassandra's neck at this point, because any long straight with the pinzus might end up waiting on that one pin.
Oh, there's a 4th pair. What are the odds that we see this hand transition into a Chitoitsu?
I'd put it at about 3%. Certainly, it looks like everyone else's hand is coming together much more quickly. Oh, that 7 is exactly what Cassandra wanted. Now, after cutting one of the pairs, decides to cut the 5. Can at least salvage this with a potential Ipeco. It's not the hand that I would want if I were just making it up, but it's the hand that we have. And there you go. David is in Tempai but does not reach, is waiting on just the 6, probably trying to get into a better weight before declaring that reach. And there we go. Is that not the weight that David wants to reach on, apparently, but definitely is pushing the hand more towards that.
Yeah, kind of surprising to see Benoit just pass up on the run like that. Guess they were just going for wanting a bigger hand.
Does not look like Benoit is in Tempai yet.
No, the screen's a little blurry.
Has the 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and a 4,
you're
5.
Right. You're right. I was misreading that and saw the red 6 though.
Right, that was David currently waiting on a pair. Now is shifting more towards how should I put it? Maybe David's hoping to get a Sananko shape or something like that, but because David's hand is this 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still, it's a 2-sided weight, but it is not something that you can Dama and win off of. Doesn't have a Sananko, doesn't have a Pinfu. Interesting choice by Cassandra to open up there. Once again, you cannot get Ipeco and with an open hand.
No, I haven't had a chance to read through all of the rules for this tournament, but if she's at least Tenpai by the end of the round, then she should be able to maintain her dealership, right?
That is true. Just calling to get into Tenpai is viable at this point. Oh, and that 7 is technically safe because Cassandra does not have a Yaku, even though it shows up as red on the stream. Not sure if David should have reached at some point during that. Being on the Tonki weight is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, you have very few tiles that you can draw to win, but you can also set up extremely unlikely traps. For instance,
it'd be a bit of a sneaky weight. But maybe it was late enough that in the game they didn't feel like those tiles would have time to reveal themselves.
Or that it might come back if someone fights and David would end up dealing in. Either way, keeping that Tenpai bonus was probably the most points that they could hope to win in that particular hand, given the way that all the tiles shook out.
I'm starting to see an Itsu form a little bit in David's hand. I wonder if he's going to hang on to that or migrate into something else.
You know, because you don't get to choose what you draw, sometimes you have to see what tiles come. Now, holding on to that one so is definitely holding on to the hope of an Itsu, but unless David wants to start cutting some of the other suits, that Itsu might just be a long-lost dream at this point. Oh. The possibility of going into all Sozu is not 0. And now there's the option whether to call or not. Decides not to call. And picks up a Sozu for their patience. So if these Sozu keep coming around, David might end up with a Chinitsu. And if that Itsu sneaks its way in, oh, there's another option. Decides not to pull that trigger.
He's got a stronger will than I do. I probably definitely would have ended up calling that tile.
Probably, definitely, 100% snap that off, right? Yeah, especially since David has the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 after that call, and then a 7, 8, waiting on just getting a 9 for the Itsu. Could have been a Hanuman potential.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 of the other 2 Sos are already out, so there's not a whole lot of opportunity for him to pick up the 4th one.
Well, the 4th one's in Sophie's hand, so that's actually not even an opportunity at all anymore.
Yeah, he'd have to pick up the 9 and then reach and then hope to win on that too. Which I don't know, it might be some 4D chess going on there.
Well, I think 4D
until he
Mahjong
discards the 1.
Or was it 5D Mahjong with parallel universes? It's a bit too much for me. David just going for getting Tenpai. And there we go. Cassandra waiting on just the Dora. Now, one of them has already come out already, so some people might think it's probably safe at this point. No one has it in their hand, or if it's them, it's not the dealer, certainly.
Yeah, it's a pretty unusual wait, but you know, I feel like maybe at this level of play, you know, if anybody did have it, they might want to hang on to it just out of an abundance of caution.
Speaking of abundance of caution, David not reaching on that hand is definitely another sign of willpower there. Getting anything other than that 7-9 weight is would have been nice, especially since we can see that all the 8s are locked up in Benoit's hand. And Sophie fighting the dealer.
Oh,
but
wow.
It doesn't matter. The Reach Sumo Dora, that Mongon is going to put everyone else in a really hard position to fight back from. One dealer Mongon is often enough to turn a game around, but 2 back-to-back, now we have a David and Goliath kind of situation here. The other players can no longer sit around and just blindly accept small hands.
It'll be interesting to see if the other players end up, you know, fighting for second, or if they end up really trying to push back up into first place.
Like so many things, I think this is going to come down to the luck of the draw. It's still early enough, like I said, we're still in East 4 and everyone will get another dealership. So the dream is alive that you could fight back into first place. Haven't lost all hope yet. It's an uphill battle, but those are, you know, the most exciting ones in Mahjong.
Yeah, it looks like Benoit's going for a Tanyo hand.
Gets a nice early reach, which is going to put a lot of pressure and hopefully end this dealership.
Yeah, inside weight on the 6-mon though, not an ideal weight, but I think it's early enough that just luck of the draw might end up paying off.
Yeah, and getting that in the first row is going to put a lot of pressure on the other players to either fold their hands early or fight for something big and maybe end up paying in as a result. There we go, a double east. Now, one of them just came out, but Cassandra does have... Well, before that reach, there was the hope of potentially drawing the last one or having it come out. Now those are 2 safe tiles at very least, if Cassandra decides their lead is good enough at this point. Honestly, the person in the biggest pickle right now is David, who has to try to reclaim second place at very least and is fighting 2 reaches and a dealer who's in a solid commanding lead. And trying to read these discard piles. With that early reach, it's not easy.
Yeah, if David's able to pull this hand together, it's not too shabby of a hand. It could get him, if not into second, at least pretty close to it.
Yeah, getting that 6-0 would put David into a Pinfu E Peiko hand. But that is the tile that you do not want to draw. Seems like David is playing it safe. A commendable decision. Once again, showing great willpower.
Yeah, and with the hand quickly approaching, half lethal tiles, it's a pretty good idea.
2 inside weights, but manages to end it with a Tempai. There you go. And we finally get to the halfway point, South 1. David has to make the most out of this dealership. This is one of the things where being the first dealer is actually a lot more pressure in some cases than being the last dealer. Because when you're at the halfway point, you don't know how much you're going to have to win for the rest of the game. And if you're in last place or close to last place, you really feel like you have to make the most out of that dealership. Because if you don't, you're not going to get another one. You have 3 hands, and that's it, at most, to make back as many points as you can in the last half of the game. So this is really the make it or break it moment for David. You have a double Yakuhai pair formed in Cassandra's hand. They can actually start calling and end up with a guaranteed Yaku.
Yeah, it looks like they're already in, is that 1 Shanten already? 1 Shanten with a Dora?
Indeed, and well, the Dora is pretty much fixed in their hand, but what the rest of their hand ends up being is still a little open for maneuverability. Ideally, getting that 7-so for an E Peiko and then having either Yakuhai as the weight would be best, but it's unlikely that they'll be able to use both of those Yakuhais since one of them is going to be serving as a pair currently.
Yeah, Cassandra's currently in 25th place with 15-4, so playing it safe and just going for maybe some quick low value hands, might be good for the long term. But if they want to move up in the rankings, I think overall they're probably going to need to push this hand really as far as it can go.
Oh, and there's the other Hatsu, meaning that Cassandra almost certainly not going to fulfill those Hatsu dreams. And even though that 3 is showing up as a weighing tile, Sophie is not in Tenpai with a Yaku yet. That Hatsu now needs to be their Yaku. So 3 and 6, not actually dangerous. Oh, there we go. We have the... It's not the Ipeiko. However, this first place player reaching is putting a lot of pressure on the rest of the table, especially on David. David now really hoping to fill in something to get into Tenpai, and he does. There we go. So are we going to see a reach? And if we do, is it going to be the 2 or the 4? The 2 will make it a 2-5 weight, the 4 will make it a 1-4 weight. Now we can see from our perspective, the 2-5 weight has more live tiles. And that's the one that David goes with. That is definitely what David wants when fighting against this first place. But it doesn't matter because Benoit cuts the dangerous tile, deals into the reach south, and flips 2 Uradoras. We knew it was going to be a Mongon from that little splash screen, but the 2 Uras, that is Cassandra definitely getting lucky today.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a whole lot of games where first place finished above 60,000 points, so this is going to be a pretty big finish.
We have
if
a
they're able to keep it
Yakuhai
up.
locked in. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, if they're able to maintain all of their points,
And at
you know,
this
they could
point,
definitely get hit with something pretty big, pretty fast, and shuffle things up a little bit.
yeah, at this point, Cassandra can really just go for light jabs and just try to push every dealership around. Sophie's already in a very strong Ishanten, has 2 Yakuhai locked in, and can call if David is generous enough to fill in one of those shapes in Sophie's hand. That is not one of them. Benoit in Ishanten. And there we go. Is that going to be it? We're going to see a 6-9-7 reach. Not a big hand, and Benoit is in last place, so decides not to go for it, does not keep the Tenpai. It's not a very valuable hand. It would be a reach Nomi hand unless some Ura flipped over. So showing some restraint by trying to extract at least a Pinfu, it looks like.
Yeah, it's always disheartening too when you're when you have such few points and you have to throw away 1,000 of them for your reach and you end up not winning. Even if somebody else deals into somebody else's hand, it's just like, oh, I've just thrown away 10% of my points for no gain. So yeah, if they can get a bigger hand with maybe a slightly better weight, although it's unfortunate they just drew the 9-so.
Well, so this is something that I've noticed people do sometimes. They keep second guessing their discards. So Benoit cut the 9 earlier, and then cut the 7 pair, and then kept a long straight 4, 5, 6, 7, but then cut that again. In this case, it paid off. In this case, it actually paid off. They managed to get into that temp. What? Am I misreading things? In Tenpai was in Tenpai, but cutting the 8 no longer in Tenpai.
Yeah, it would have been better to discard the 5-so there, wouldn't it?
Cutting the 5 would have had a Pinfu. I guess now trying to trying so hard to force that 5, 6, 7 Danshoku. I don't know if that's. I'm not gonna say ambitious. It's back into Tenpai. Are you gonna take it? Taking it. Not gonna try to force that anymore. Going for it. Get that reach. Hopefully get the Ipeiko. But would have won the hand a while ago. if not for you know, trying a little bit to extend the value of their hand. Dangerous tiles landing in Cassandra's hand, playing safe as you should. And in the meantime, Sophie managed to draw into Tenpai. Not a very likely wait to come out based on the shape of these hands, but it does anyway. Who would have known that Cassandra, when dodging the reach, ends up dealing into the dealer?
Yes, looks like Sophie's got a pretty strong second place now. Maybe not comfortable enough just to coast through the rest, but it's definitely gonna be difficult for them to jump up into first. So they might just end up trying to defend their second place and be happy with that. Yeah, and this looks like it's going to be another example of the quick jabs you were talking about earlier. Just go for the Yaku High, just complete the rest of the hand, move on to the next dealership bonus round.
Come.
So yeah, Benoit with the closed con that does not seem to immediately benefit anybody, unfortunately. But it is a closed con, so they can still reach and hopefully flip over some Uradora later on. And a second con, an open con from Cassandra, reveals the 5-peen.
And now we have a lot of Kita in Cassandra's hand.
Yes, we do. There's 2 new Dora in Cassandra's hand, 1 additional Dora in David's hand, and Sophie's hand is not immediately able to accept one, but wouldn't look completely out of place in their hand.
Sophie also in Tenpai now with a very fast Yakuhai Nomi. Ooh, more glitter. What do you cut in this situation? Probably a 6-mon. And there it goes. And Cassandra, just call. We're playing Hungry Hippos now. Do we see another con? We do. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And now 3 new con and can accept them all. That 3 turns into the dead tile, or the dangerous tile, the deadly tile.
The lethal tile, yeah.
The lethal tile. And there it goes.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. That is not what you want to see. That little Mongon danger screen thing is not what you want to see. That is a huge hit against David.
Yes, now we've got 2 players under 10,000, which is pretty astonishing.
Yeah,
it's,
and
almost 60,000 and 45,000 compared to the other half of the table at under 10.
And with David, once again, going into this game in 4th place overall, getting knocked down into 4th place in this game is, and no more dealerships left, is a very difficult position to fight from. Definitely going to see some shifts in the leaderboard as a result of this particular table.
Yeah, do you know if the pairings are they random or are they based on current ranking?
I'm not familiar with the way this particular tournament was organized, but usually the prelim games, the pairings are pre-decided.
I can check. I'll get back to you in a sec.
Thank you, Voice of God. I seem to remember them being randomly assigned, but
Benoit with a strong Honitsu opener there. A lot of those Manzu being sucked up into David's hand, unfortunately, but between David and Benoit fighting against this really fast, look at how blindingly fast that Toy was.
yeah, if I was Benoit, I might be tempted to call Monzu in the Chun just to try and get my hand together a little bit quicker, but I feel like at this point, might be more tempted just to keep it closed, even if it reduces the number of live tiles I can get, and just go for the slightly larger hand.
It's a real difficult position to fight from here. Oh, this is a very unfortunate play on Cassandra's part. That 7, they're still in a Toy Tenpai, but they're in Furry 10 because of that 9 that was discarded, because technically they were waiting on a 7 or a 9, and so they had to cut the Dora just so they can start winning off of other people. And going down to a single tile. Well, you can't be Furry 10 on a single tile wait. Benoit finally making the decision to fight with an open hand. Now we have that 9, just that 9. Nobody knows what Cassandra's waiting for. And also, if Cassandra decides to shift their hand up at all, that 9's going to come out and deal into Sophie. Going for it. Going for the closed con. So, that 8... Is that 8 coming out? It is. Alright, so now we have a 1, 2, 3, and a 4, 4, 5, 6. Benoit looking for 1, 4, 7 Monzu. And with 3 new Dora, you have Chun, Honitsu, Dora 3. That is the hand you want to fight back from if you're in last or close to last place. Oh, but it doesn't matter because that... No matter what they discarded, they were going to deal in. They had both of the winning tiles, both the 2-pin and the 9-so.
Yeah, that's the difficult position you put yourself into when you deal down to, a single tile, or even if you only have, maybe 4 tiles in your hand. You get a dangerous tile, you happen to have, 1 or more already. It's kind of like, well, this is the way things go now.
But I would much rather pay a 2,000 point hand, or even a 2,900 point hand into a dealer, than into that open Mangan or Hanuman hand that is showing on the side of the table there.
All right, so we're getting word from the tournament organizer that they are random, but they are massaged to try and prevent players from playing repeat opponents as much as possible.
Yes, that is correct.
Here we go, already in Tenpai, this dealership that refuses to end. Waiting on a 5-8-so, and a potential to turn this into double Yakuhai if Sophie pairs up that 6 or 7. Or decides to call this pawn. Could decide to call the pawn to make their hand more valuable, doesn't, but goes for the bigger, the broader weight. And that's the last south. So now we have just Yakuhai, but a 5-8 likely to come out, especially given the shape of Benoit's hand right now. Is that 8-so coming out? We're going to see another dealer repeat. Eight-so's looking a little sus. All right, decides not to cut the 8-so yet. Locked in that 7-8-9 shape in the Monzu. But that 8 is kind of dead weight sitting there in Benoit's hand right now. We have another opportunity. It might go down with the ship. The longer that Sophie goes not drawing Sozu, the more dangerous Sozu looks. So people might be onto that. In the meantime, Cassandra with locked in that Yakuhai, now waiting on 6 pin, which are completely gone. No hope in the 6 pin. Oh, there's the 8. It was just a matter of time. And with the 1 Dora, 2,900 point hand, but going up to 38 with the 3 Honba.
Yeah, Honba contributing about 25% to the total score is certainly a thing.
I mean, at this point, considering we don't have... actually, I don't know. Is Mahjong Soul support going negative?
It depends on the rule set, I think.
I believe because they're using WRC. Yes, the player. Yeah, it's WRC, so there's no busting. Players will be able to go negative. Game will continue.
Well, we might end up seeing that at this rate. We have 2 players that are within a Mongon range of going into negative scores. Sophie doing the perfectly valid strategy, especially as this second dealer, of just trying to extend their dealership as long as possible, fight with every small hand, try to bully the table and stop the people from in last place from fighting and catching up, and also fighting against Cassandra, who has the same mindset, right? Cassandra also just needs to bully people out of anything with any quick hand, and we've seen a lot of open hands because of that. Benoit trying to decide how to discard it, decides to lock in those Manzu shape, which I think is the correct strategy overall, because now pretty much any Pinzu is going to put them into Tenpai. For instance, an 8 pin. Go for that 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, or 7, 8,
Reach.
and reaches, going for that Pinfu. Oh, and immediately followed up by Cassandra. Wow, rude. Not even any delay on Cassandra's part. Just like, Tenpai, snap it, reach. I'll fight you. Fight me, bro. Cassandra has the points to spare. Benoit does not. Everyone else can pretty much bail on this. However, Sophie, if Sophie wants to fight into first place, can't let Cassandra win too many points, but also can't deal in because, every hand you lose is a step backward towards the ultimate goal of getting first place.
Yeah, my view of the match is that... Oh, are they going to do it?
Are we going to see another reach? Goes for the Domitan. This is perfectly fine because they have Tanyao. So, not only is it Tanyao now, but we could end up with locking those 8s and 2s away forever. Now the 7s, you'll notice that 2 of the 7s are gone. So it's not a great weight. Yes, definitely keeping the Domitan potential. Oh, and now we have a 3-sided weight. Those 2s and 8s are safe. We could see a reach with a 3-sided weight. Domitan on the 3-sided weight. This is not Pinfu, so the 1 pin cannot Domitan the 1 pin, but a 4-7 can. And does not even need to reach. Does not even need to... Like it's nothing. Like, what? This is my dealership. Y'all back off. I'm gonna just pick up your reach sticks.
Yeah, going into bonus 5, I can't imagine that the other players aren't feeling a little stressed
Pretty
out about this.
disheartening.
Yeah. Because, like, not only does half
And
the
look at
table
that
have...
high pie. It's like... Is it Sophie's birthday?
Yeah, half the table has virtually no points. The other side of the table just lost their commanding lead. And with the what is this, 5th or 6th time that Sophie's been dealer, I think everybody's probably losing their mind right now.
Unfortunately, this is that con, grave tactical mistake. Sophie locked in those 9s, does not have a Yaku, and does not have anything that looks like it could become a Yaku. So we're almost certainly going to see the dealership move. And now, looking at Cassandra's hand, look at all those honor tiles. No calls yet, but that could turn into a monster hand. Benoit, now with that new South Dora, probably going to hold on to that with some hopes that it could become useful.
Double Yaku High Dora 3, potentially. That's definitely a good dream to have.
But how to massage the rest of your hand? This could turn into
no.
Cheetoy, I say, with 2 pairs. It's like, oh, there you go, 3 pairs. Is that the way? Is that the world we're gonna live in? Another con, showing the world this Yakuhai, it's locked in place. What do you want? I can call for days. And 2 new Dora in Cassandra's hand. This could be it. This could be the thing that flips the tables back into Cassandra's favor. Oh, and there we go. Could become a toy also.
I take back what I said about the mind state of the players. I think Cassandra's actually just having a lot of fun with this right now.
Yeah, lots of thumbs up. Things are definitely going Cassandra's way. That early con, I don't know if it was a misclick, but
I feel like that was definitely just the button lit up. You got to click it. It wasn't, oh, let me consider possible Yaku. It was just like, con, yes, let's go.
And this is one of those things that I think Mahjong Soul teaches people bad strategy with regards to cons, especially if you're playing on those bronze tables. Like, you can't go a single game without seeing at least 3 cons.
Yeah, and to be fair, I do. Oh, and there's the reach. I
David
do
bullying the table.
Use the emotes to try and encourage my opponents to con as much as possible, while not conning myself.
So what you're saying is you're a con artist?
That's the one. Oh, and the dealership finally ends.
And we're gonna see some Uridora. You could tell from that splash screen there was gonna be some Uridora. Wasn't a Hanemon, but that was definitely enough to get well out of 4th place range. Which, if you're not gonna get another dealership, getting as far away from 4th place as you can is really your only goal at that point. Short of having a direct hit Baimon, or 2, at this point, it's going to be really difficult for David to pull into 2nd place even. And now, just like last time I was saying, the pressure, lots of pressure on Benoit. Last dealership. Now, as long as you have a dealership, there's chance, right? You always have a hope. But,
yeah, it's always it's an uncomfortable balance between, trying to rate your hand's potential and say, okay, well, the odds of this being a good hand aren't great. I'm basically going to mulligan by trying to go for a fast, cheap hand and then hope for something better on the next hype high. Or,
especially when you're fighting against someone who already has locked in Yakuhai, who's in 1st or close to 1st place.
Yeah, it feels really bad when you have to go for those the really quick hands where you need big points, but the real strategy is maybe prevent somebody else from winning by getting small points and then just trying again on the next bonus round.
And we just got out of 5 home bus, so this game feels like it's dragging on. particularly for the players who aren't in first or close to first, who are just like, wee, mahjong. Like, having to struggle through this, like, every hand matters. But it's never ending. Interesting decision on Benoit's part there. Trying for that Sanshoku on 7, 8, 9. And, oh, to have your dealership ended like that on Sumo Nomi, that's very disheartening.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just trying to, might sound odd, but just secure third place.
At this point, securing third place is not an awful strategy, right? Like I was saying, it's going to take a direct hit Baimon, just to get into second. So the risk of falling into fourth if the dealer wins is pretty strong. And look at Cassandra, already with a closed Yakuhai in their hand, and East Shanten, no, 2 Shanten, but still, now East Shanten, for an amazing shape. So many options, can just call into Tenpai, can draw a tile, get some Damaten, could potentially even shift a tile into a Sanshoku. This is like Cassandra's birthday. We've got everything working out. And as long as Cassandra wins, well, in WRC rules, if Cassandra wins, they have to keep playing. But as long as Cassandra wins, their first place is pretty secure. And there we go, going for the fast hand.
That's what we were talking about during the last round. Was you're in first place, your lead isn't super big. At what point, if you're in Tenpai, do you decide just to step backwards into Ishan 10 just to prevent an additional round when you're already in first?
If it looks like you're going to an exhaustive draw, the last discard. that's where I would usually go, is all the way to the last discard. As long as you're not discarding a risky tile, and you feel like you have a secure lead, right? Like a 4,000 point lead is what you need, because if you're going down 3,000 points and second place is going up 1,000 points. Oh, and there we go. Fun Tanoshi Mahjong time. Those tunes doing nobody any favors. And there's still a lot of 4s and 7s out in the wall. We could see another happy sumo. David almost in Tenpai for that Pinfu shape. Late cut of the Dora. That is normally a really scary discard. I would not be surprised if that were a Roan tile, honestly. On the second row, none have been discarded. Dealers open. Seems like a really risky tile.
Yeah, shockingly, nobody has any of the other white dragons in their hand at all this late in the game.
And another con. What's with all the cons today? This is crazy. Is that 4 coming out? Or are those 2s coming out? That 4 is probably not coming out because that's so close to the Dora. We might just see those 2-sos, like, drawing that extra pair. Not helping a lot, but... Oh, the 4 comes out! What? What am I seeing? And there's the negative. It's very clear the client does handle it. And that is enough to put that 4,000 point lead. So this is the situation where if you go to an exhaustive draw, you can safely bail on your hand and keep first place, guaranteed. But with a hand like this, we're probably going to see some fighting. We're probably going to see a Haku. Might even see some Honitsu. Like, this might be a hand where the dealer just forces Honitsu early on. No, not. Going for, I don't know, with that 1 and 9 pin, maybe some safer tiles later, or maybe just deciding early on that that 1 is not part of your hand.
Yeah, difficult to tell. Might just be trying to go for a, well, not a.
That
Not tiny
1
out,
would
just
be really nice in the hand right now.
yeah. Yeah, I thought for sure that Sophie was going to be going for a Honitsu up there, but that call for the 7 pin definitely does not let that work at all.
Yeah. This is not the first time that we've seen Sophie make calls without concerns for a Yaku, so that might just be the way things are. Oh, that 1 is definitely looking. I'm missing that 1, Mon. Sophie's gonna have to cut basically all those honor tiles in order to get a Yaku at this point.
Yeah,
And
the game's in kind of an odd position right now because it's like first and second are pretty locked in. There's a fight between second and first, but with no real opportunity for Yaku right now. It looks
There
like
we go.
everything's pretty settled in.
So David has this Damaten Chitoi Dora Dora and switches for weight on the south. No souths have been discarded yet, and would have sumoed if kept the 8. Oh no.
Yeah, that feeling's always really rough when it's the 50-50.
The 50-50. I wouldn't be surprised if we see David reach at some point. The south might have looked more dangerous since the south looks like, from other people's perspective, the only thing that Sophie could be waiting on to still have a Yaku. And there we go. Are we going to see a reach? We are. Are we going to see a battle reach? No. Keep that Damaten. Oh, I so wish that 1 Mon were still in Cassandra's hand right now. But going for the safe tiles. So we might actually see this go all the way to Ryukyoku. Oh no! 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 Not like this! Oh Benoit, I'm so sorry. On the Damaten. Not even a Mongon, but that's enough to bump Taru back close to starting points, so that 3rd place doesn't hurt as hard. Certainly, it's not as painful as going minus 10k. That is unfortunate. But these two Goliaths, these two titans of sumos and Dora and Khan and Uras, like, I think there's very little hope of trying to fight back in that situation.
Okay, so it looks like all the matches have already finished, and scores are going to be updated on the website here in just a moment, so we can see where everybody's been shuffled around to. Yeah, David going into, what was that, round 3? Yeah, round 3 with about 60 points. I think it's going to be a little bit rough going forward.
Well, getting knocked down on the 3rd round, a single 3rd place isn't going to take someone out of contention entirely. There's still 2 more Hanchan left, and anything could happen.
Oh, and it looks like the standings are up.
So it looks like I think all the scores are in. Some people have 1 or 2 games because either they dropped out or were subs. But yeah, I think all the scores are in.
Yeah, so it looks like David from the match that we just watched got bumped down to 9th overall. Cut off his top 8, so definitely in contention to make it into finals for tomorrow, but is definitely going to have to stay on his toes. Nobita-kun and Pio still in the top in number 1 and 2. I think they were 1 and 2 in the same order going into round 3. Let's see, James Bragg up to the top 10. Oh, Claire's back up into 15th. I think she had a pretty rough game 2. Looks like game 3 she had a nice comeback.
Yep, and I don't mean to butt in here, but we can see Nels there. You see currently in 6th. Nels had landed a Kokushimuso that brought them all the way back up into contention here for top 8 in that 3rd game. So congrats to Nels there.
Getting a Yakuman hand always feels great. But getting it during a tournament, there's something special about that, right? It's like you have so few hands to try that when it comes out, it's a magical thing.
Yeah, so it looks like they were in 14th before. So 14th up to 6th. That's a pretty good jump.
Yeah, pretty solid there. And you guys, you got a little bit of a sneak preview of Carrot. A little sneak. Let's see if I can put it in properly. But for now, we are going to take a short break while we rotate the commentators again, because Fake Gamer Guy has done a pretty good job here. And it looks like his substitute is coming in. So we'll take about 5 minutes, just like the players are before the next match. And thanks again, Fake Gamer Guy, for commentating. It was an enjoyable experience.
Yeah, thank you. I haven't seen the schedule yet. I don't know if I'm back tomorrow, but if I'm back tomorrow, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And if I'm not, then enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Yep. Any shout-outs you want to make before we swap?
I don't know. Seattle Ricci Mahjong Club. We're a really good club. Other than that, I don't know. I run mahjong.wtf. That's the website. You can just go to www.mahjong.wtf, and I post about Mahjong video games, and I scan game manuals and covers and stuff like that, so you can see all the really cool, interesting Mahjong games that are out there. But other than that, I don't think I really have anything.
Yeah, I love that too. I mean, that's enough. I'm already interested.
Oh
So-
yeah.
Go ahead.
Fake Gamer Guy is not giving themselves enough credit. They have one of the biggest collections of Mahjong games. Like we're talking about, if it has come out on a home console, probably has it. It is amazing, and the reviews. You know, this is the audience. Like, go check it out, mahjong.wtf. Watch those videos. Like, if you want to see how Mahjong video games have evolved, or even just like what wacky stuff they did. You know, if you ever want to see Napoleon and Saddam Hussein play a game of Mahjong together.
That's
You
true.
can.
I do have that game. Yeah, the current collection right now is it's 125 games, not including duplicates or anything like that. So it's just 125 unique titles for consoles between the Famicom up to PlayStation 3. And I'm working on documenting all of them in my free time because it's kind of hard to find them in the US unless you're buying them online or importing them or something like that. So, you know, if you happen to find like Mahjong Venture for the Famicom or something like that, and it's just a loose cartridge with no manual, you pop that game in and you're like, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know what any of these buttons do. So it's just nice to have a online resource where you can see, oh, this game is or is not garbage, and here's the manual because it got lost by the previous owner.
All right. So, what is your favorite Mahjong console game that you own?
Pro Mahjong Kiwame Next. That's the game that I think everybody has the most fun playing because it has a I forget what the actual mode is, but we all call it nonsense mode. It's called sense mode, where basically the game judges all of your discards and how long it takes you to make them, and it gives you an amount of sense points. Like this is a sensical move or not.
And how hard you push the button.
Yes, if you push the button hard, you get a ×2 multiplier. If you press it quickly, you get another multiplier. But then if you make a discard that the game feels is not a good idea, you will either lose all of your bonuses and only get like 2 sense points, and it's like technically it's not a stupid thing, but really like there's 1,000 better things to do. Or if it completely disagrees with you, it goes nonsense in giant letters, and you lose all of your points and you lose a life. And if you lose all of your lives and don't win the hand, then it's a game over.
But that's one of those few games where you can continue playing even if you don't win. As long as you don't make stupid decisions, it's like you didn't win, but also you didn't lose.
Yeah, the win condition for the game is typically just get a minimum number of sense points. So if you make a lot of reasonable discards in a reasonable amount of time, you'll get enough points that you can move on to the next round. So it is possible to both finish first and continue on. It is also possible to finish finish last and continue on, or you can finish in first and lose. So it's a pretty interesting dynamic.
All right. Well,
how about your most fun Mahjong game?
Wait, Carrot. He can't give away all his secrets. They have to go to mahjong.wtf to check it out. But yeah, in the meantime, we're going to make a commentator swap. So, we will see you in a bit. All right, welcome back, everybody. Carrot is staying on, and we have another new commentator here, I believe also from the West Coast. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Plentiful Pie, with their own Twitch channel as well.
Yeah, hello. I guess I'm part of PML. I'm in the Bay Area, and I found out about PML last year, so I've been playing online for most of it. But yeah.
All right. So the traditional question here for joining, how did that name and avatar come together?
Oh, so actually, Tips, long time watcher, first time commentating. I forgot my original username on Twitch. This was a long time ago. Don't want to give away how old I am, but I forgot the username, and I was like, oh, I need a username really quickly, and I thought of like the longest phrase I could think of at the time, and it was cookies and cream. So,
Nice.
and it was
Same.
available a long time ago.
Yeah, for my second Twitch account, same.
What is the longest phrase I can think of? Oh, it's
Oh,
cookies and
man.
cream.
That works out. All right. So let me refresh the watch list because I believe players have started. Yeah, we have about 2 minutes before the 5-minute delay ends. Let's look for a game with all new people and some high score. Okay, I found one. I have found one. I will get it all ready. In the meantime, you got a minute to tell us about how you got into Mahjong.
Oh, how I got into mahjong?
Yeah.
It's been so long. I've always been so I played like Chinese mahjong. That's what I knew first. But I was always interested in Richi mahjong because of anime and manga like Akagi, of course. So I played a bit on Tenho before, and then I didn't really get back into mahjong until like Mahjong Soul came out, and then that's when I really got back into it and actually like looking at more strategy and stuff and learning how to play, defensively and all of that. So yeah, I guess I'm relatively new to mahjong in a way.
That's cool.
That's how I got into it.
And you timed it pretty well because the game is about to begin.
To start.
All right.
This is round 4.
Yes. All right, and take it away.
All right. Well, we have a pretty good starting hand for our dealer here. We got whoa. Okay. All right, we're back. Actually, this could turn into a a Chi Toy hand, or those Norths could come out and turn into a Tanyao. That 3 Dora really would be nice to incorporate that, but this is a hand that could go many different ways, even after just 2 or 3 discards. Warren, on the other hand, looking to get those Easts, maybe for a quick hand. We'll see if that comes out. Holding on to that Tuso as a way to connect to the Dora. That lone East. Don't know why we don't have a name for our North player.
I believe that is a sub because they're not in the player database. But if they are not a sub, I will have a name for you shortly. Otherwise, I'll just write sub.
Even if they are a sub, can we get a name so I know what to call them?
Yep. I'll put one in. I'll just put their Mahjong name in there for now because I don't actually have their name yet in the database. There you go.
There you go, Dogbite. All right.
All right.
That's an unfortunate drawing those two 6 pins, because that would have put Vincent into Chitoi Tenpai. But there's still a chance. Looking for just a 6 Mon, 3 So, and 6 So. One of the nice things about Chitoi Tenpai is that you can switch to whichever tile you want to win. So here's another opportunity. This is a turning point in Vincent's hand. Decides to keep the potential alive for the Chitoi, but also, working that 7 in case something better comes along. Like if Vincent draws a 4 So, like no reason to keep on that Cheetoy forever.
But we see
Especially when
Warren.
yeah, Warren fighting quick.
Yeah, very fast.
So Cheetoy might actually be too slow in this case. We might see one of those 5s or 8s get discarded even. And we do.
Yep.
Now Vincent just going for reach. Reach is fine as long as you're the dealer.
Uh,
Oh, and that helps.
Ooh.
That helps a lot. Could even turn into a San Anko shape.
Would be very nice as a dealer. But looking at Warren, they do have a new pair. They might go for a pair call just to advance their hand a little bit faster, and also
Yeah.
have the south that adds an extra hunt. But we have. Are they going to reach it?
This is a situation where they could go for the bigger hand by going for just Sozu, but locking in that reach, especially against that fast Yakuhai call, is probably the correct choice. We now have a 2-5-8 weight. You'll notice that both the 8s and the 5s lit up. Now, since all the 5s are pretty much locked away in Vincent's hand, that's unlikely to come out, but that 2-so or that 8-pin, very real, especially since Kyle, in order to advance their hand, will probably need to discard that too. Or they could just incorporate it.
Yeah, so I've got the word. Kyle is a player. They're just using a different account than registered with.
All right. Thank you, Tips. Oh, are they going? They are going for it. Warren is trying to shut out this Ricci.
And also having that 2-sided weight makes their hand a lot easier to fight with. But going down to 4 tiles. Oh, and there it goes. Warren snatching that away from the dealer.
Oh. All right. Interesting start, but the dealership does pass. And Warren starting out with a Dora of the East, and it is 2 hand for that since they are the dealer, and it is the East round.
This is one of those things where it's both a blessing and a curse to have that in your opening hand. Only having one means that you really want to draw the second one, but if you don't and you get into something that looks like Tempai, you're going to have to discard it at some point or destroy your hand.
Oh, they cut it out early. So they decide they don't want to deal with that mess.
And it's a good choice, especially in this case where their hand is mostly coming together without that East. It's a little risky even doing it on the 4th discard because someone else could have had a pair already, and that is a guaranteed Mongon if anyone called it. But since it came out, now everyone knows that their hands that they're fighting against are pretty much the value that's in their hands, right? So this is a situation where reach battles very often come up because in order to get more points, they can't rely on that Dora because that Dora is pretty garbage. It's really hard to work a Yakuhai Dora into a hand that otherwise can't use it.
It looks like Warren's hand is coming together pretty well. They're even discarding that West pair, potentially going for a Tanyao maybe.
And we're having a situation where Mimi and Kyle might end up just choking each other out because of those pairs of white dragons. They might both end up stuck in Ishanten, unable to advance their hands.
The classic mochi mochi, as it is called.
And interestingly, Warren decided to cut both of those Wests to shift their hand into a Tanyao shape, even though it makes their hand considerably slower, as you can see here.
And just look at that discard pause. Could have had maybe even a Honitsu, but this is
So the person who's actually in the best position right now, based on these discards, is Vincent, who has managed to massage their hand into a very easy shape, giving the ... emote after discarding the third east and the third west and 2 souths. Maybe some regrets.
Yeah.
But Vincent's able to build a hand with a decent weight to get into Tenpai with not a lot of strife or difficulty that the other players have, considering those the Mochi Mochi is split evenly between Kyle and Mimi. Oh, that's bad
Vincent.
for Warren. It's
Oh,
bad for Warren because they needed those 3-sos to complete that 2-4 that they were waiting on.
Yeah.
And seeing all of them gone now, that that 2-4 wait is pretty much dead.
Yeah.
We're gonna see the
There-
2-so.
yeah. It doesn't seem like there's any way for them to make the 2, 4, 6 so wait work. They might have to do something else and find another way to make a meld. But there's really 7 tiles left.
Right. They only get, including the discard from Vincent, like 3 chances to make their hand not get into Tenpai at all. If someone dropped that 8-pin, if Vincent decides to drop the 8-pin, that's actually really good news for Warren. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Call into Tenpai?
Call it.
Does not call into Tenpai.
No.
Oh no, it's not even Tenpai because they needed those 8s as a pair, and with the shape of the rest of their hand,
Oh.
no one ends up in Tenpai. That must feel really disappointing, like cutting that
Yes.
Dora early and then
Yeah.
just nothing but drawing tiles you've already discarded. You
Yeah.
can't predict that. You can't expect that to happen.
No. And we're in East 3. Mimi starting with 2 Dora in their hand with the East pair as well. So this could be a fast hand for Mimi.
Could very easily be a 3 or potentially even 4-Han hand. It's unlikely that someone's going to just drop the Dora out of their hand, but Mimi could draw it. But even a 3-Han hand for a dealer is nothing to sneeze at.
No, and right now the points are still very even, so that would definitely give them a boost. Looks like Kyle has quite a bit ways to go, deciding to cut the north pair, and they also have a west pair that doesn't add that they can't call for a Han.
Yeah, pretty slow hands all around. Vincent actually with a pretty decent shape there. Probably going to cut that 9-mon pretty soon, but holding on to it possibly with hopes of incorporating an 8.
And they
But now would
get
be the time to
Ipego.
come. There you go. So Vincent in a very good shape. Ishan 10 for an Ipeko shape. Also a potential for Chitoy with a 8 and 2-sos. So many different tiles to draw to get into Tenpai for Vincent. And with that Tanyao and Chitoy, also viable to go. Oh, there does not call the Pone.
Oh,
So
interesting.
it's a good restraint on the part of Mimi. Even though Mimi has two opportunities to get a Yaku in their hand, they can either go for an open Sanshoku or go for those Easts. And there we go. You'll notice that the 3-so lit up. Means someone's in Tenpai. It's Vincent with just Tanyao and Ipeko going Damaten right now. And there we go, fighting. And
Alright,
then the
thanks.
Epots gets killed. Everything starts moving very quickly now.
Yep.
Are we going to see a third reach?
It's
a
Vincent?
risky hand to reach on, but we do it
Ooh.
anyway. And that 5 goes into Kyle's hand. That 3-so is dangerous. Also, nobody
Oh.
wants to. There we go. Another Tempai. This time waiting on the Dora and waiting on the Tuso. Now the Dora are all gone, so they might cut the 2-mon and wait on just the 3-mon, and that also gives them the Sanshoku.
Looking at the discard piles, oh, okay.
Instead of going for the Sanshokus, going for the only thing that they can win off of now is the 2-mon, because the
Alright.
8s are all gone.
They may have thought that.
Oh.
Oh, that was,
Yeah, it does look dangerous against
yeah, the
that
2-mon.
reach.
Yeah, the 2-mon did look a little bit more dangerous than the 1-mon. Okay, things are moving. We do have someone with a little bit bigger lead.
A
It's for-
fast hand for dealer potentially. We have a pretty even distribution of the honor tiles across the other players' hands. But this is one of those situations where even if the hand is fast, the rest of it is not very well developed. So might actually be a little bit of a stumbling block, even if that Chun comes out early.
Yeah, they would still need a lot more tiles and maybe even call to really get their hand into Tenpai.
It's about time for those honor tiles to start coming out of Warren's hand also. Holding on to one of each dragon is a good way to try to draw into a quick Yakuhai hand, but most of the time it doesn't come together, so you need to give up at some point. There goes the first one.
Yeah, and it will slow down the hand a little bit later as well if they keep holding onto those. Mimi looking at a potential Hanitsu situation, and they do go for it.
But there we have a tile slipping right into Kyle's hand. And now is where the action starts. Locked in the Yaku, now has just 2 calls away from winning. And because Kyle invested in all of these pairs, if anyone discards them, especially the North, very likely to come out of someone's hand. Very easy to just make 2 quick calls and be done.
And with the 5-pin now, they could potentially call a 4-pin or a 7-pin and go for a Shampoing Weight as well. So they might be wrapping this hand up pretty quickly.
Speaking of which, Vincent now also close to being able to reach. Also with a Danshan 10 for a Chitoi. And there with that pawn, dealer has Tenpai. Here we go. Warren going to cut the 6-0? No, cuts the 6-mon. Does not keep it or try to incorporate it into their hand. Now Vincent, each on 10. Oh, but it doesn't matter because fighting for that Honitsu, such situations are unfortunate and sometimes unavoidable.
Yeah.
But at least it was a cheap hand, so.
Yeah, but we do get a Renchan, so Kyle has another shot at building up their lead. Another starting out with 4 pairs. Maybe going for Chitoi?
Well, it's more a question of if the Chitoi goes for Kyle.
Oh, if it chooses you.
It's true. Once you get that 5th pair, then you have to decide. It's like, is it worth committing? This hand could turn into many things. It could even go into a Tanya shape or possibly even a Toy if the right tiles come. Warren's hand looking pretty good. Very well developed, lots of runs. That weight on the 7-so is a little unfortunate, but could end up developing if they draw the right tile into a reach.
Oh, here's the 5th pair.
And going
And-
for potential Chitoy, potential Tanyao. Even if they call the pawns, could go, because they have that triplet, this could turn into a Toy Toy.
ポンです
And it
And-
looks like the Toy Toy is the way.
Yep.
Now, it is possible to break these 4s and 5s into runs, if especially if they can call off of Mimi. But Tanya Toy Toy is a dealer.
Oh.
Too many choices.
Too many. Chitoy picked Kyle, but Kyle went for the Toy Toy instead.
Now, even though there are no red 5s in this format, having
リーチが
having those weights on the 5, it's a bit of a trade-off, because it's less likely that someone's going to cut a 5 from their hand, especially now that someone reached. This is Warren managed to draw that 7-so that they needed, got into a great Pinfu shape. Not a very valuable hand, but you can always flip an Ura or 2, especially with Pinfu. You have a lot of room to catch tiles. And now that that 8-pin is safe, Kyle has room to discard. And there we go, Vincent. Filling another shape in their hand. Now Ishanten as well, but
They might be bailing. They might be folding at this point against the Ricci.
yeah, and actually it's Dan Shanten now that I look at it a little closer.
A chasing reach.
But we
And-
have a Tenpai. We have Tenpai with the Toy Toy. Now we see the only thing that's left for this Toy Toy is a 4, unless the 5s come out of someone else's hand. Obviously, it's not going to come out of the Reach player's hands. So, Vincent also unlikely to discard it. So, the 4-so,
It is on just one, the last 4, so
good dodging on Vincent's part there. Lots of safe tiles in it, and finding that one safe tile and discarding several back to back. Ooh, that's
oh,
spicy. It's safe, but spicy.
it is safe. But are they going to go for it? Cutting a 5-pin here, just
Running the timer out, deciding. I don't envy those kinds of choices.
ツ
And
Oh.
paid
Well,
off,
man.
paid off
Whoa.
in spades.
oh
And
wow.
there you go, the guaranteed Mongon there.
With the Sananko as well. That is
Yes.
beautiful Mangan. Pulling the last 4-so out. And it's a Renchan, and they're
Getting
extending
the
their
red
lead.
card.
They rejected the Chitoy but went for the Toy Toy Sananko instead, so maybe they did pick the right religion. Starting out with the pair of green dragons. Could potentially be another quick hand with a lot of really nice shapes as well.
Yeah, this is a super fast hand. It'd be a little awkward for those honor tiles to end up being the pair, but I wouldn't complain. And also, having that extra option to snap off an early Yakuhai, not bad. Getting a little punished there for cutting that 5 in the 4-5-5-6 shape there. And that 5 could come back to bite them later if they end up in Furry 10. But now they have the opportunity to, if they get a 4-mon or a 7-mon, switch that as their pair and actually incorporate Pinfu, or use that 4-so as a pair.
Yep.
Good shift there.
Forso comes back from the last round to help them. Very nice Forso.
And do they
And-
snap it off? Go.
Yep, they
Snap it
do.
off. Tenpai.
Tenpai. Very fast Tenpai. Vincent over there, some interesting stuff. Might try to fit into a Sanshoku on the 789. Maybe even pushing for a Chanta. But it might not come together that quickly against Kyle's Tenpai.
Well, that 4 being able to.
No.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Oh.
It was a good fit into their hand, but unfortunately, the tile that came out was a good fit into the dealer's hand.
Right. This is another Renchan.
Ooh, a middle cut for the first discard. That is a strong signal from Vincent that they're going for possibly a Honitsu type shape. Usually you don't cut from the middle, even if you're cutting that suit, unless you have decided right from the beginning, I'm never using this suit. We're going for it. We're going hard. We're keeping our honor tiles. We're going for anything that we can call or snap off, and I don't care who knows it.
And they do.
There we go. Very obvious. Not trying to be subtle at all. Trying to win with brute force and speed. Now, unfortunately, those honor tiles currently are not giving any Yaku.
They do,
unless-
yes. They do help build the hand out, but they don't add any Yaku. And with just a Honitsu and a Dora, it is still 3 Han, but it may not be as fast.
Certainly not as fast as this reach. Or possible Damaten Pinfu. This would be a great hand to Damaten, especially if Kyle
リーチです。
wanted to catch Vincent off guard since they're waiting on the tiles in Vincent's suit. You know, that 1 pin could come out as Vincent gets into Tenpai. It might still happen since they've committed so hard to this Honitsu.
Yeah. That 1 pin is going to be hard to use unless they pair it up. I think Kyle is riding on their dealer wave and pushing for as many points as possible and building a very comfortable lead.
Also bullying Warren and Mimi out in case they decide it's better to play it safe. See a lot of safe discards coming out right now. The Sozu looking very safe. Oh, and there's the 1.
There's
No.
the 1.
Not a Mongon, but does manage to incorporate that Reach Pin Fudora.
But it's still 5,800, still quite a hit.
The dealer bonus paying off in spades here as we see Kyle shoot up to over 60,000 points, more than double starting points now.
And gets a pair of red dragons.
Yet another fast hand, perhaps.
Could
Now,
even
Vincent, even though Vincent has a pair of Yakuhai, going for a fast hand in this situation might not be in their best interest. Even if they win a 1-Han hand, considering it's very difficult for them to incorporate Dora, they're just going to shift the dealership around and still be in last place. So Vincent's got to work a little bit harder than everyone else at the table here. Am I seeing this? Kyle going for the Chanta shape by cutting that Forso to wait on the
Yes.
worst Tuso shape.
ポンです
See Kyle just kind of flexing on the table here.
Yeah, Kyle is totally flexing. Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to go for a Chanta, but looks like they are. Just playing with the table.
Meanwhile, Mimi has almost finished their Honitsu shape, cutting the last non-Sozu tile from their hand. Still a ways to go, especially with that sort of grab bag of honor tiles. Between Mimi and Kyle, those honor tiles are kind of just like choking each other out, and also stopping Vincent from advancing their hand.
But that Tuso was a very good draw, and their Hanitsu hand is building. Still very much possible.
And Vincent, perhaps reading the lines that these Easts are not going to come out for them, holds on to that Dora of 5-mon, and maybe going for, a more traditional, just kind of like, let's reach with a Dora. No, the East does come out from the unexpected draw on Warren. Not Tenpai yet for Vincent, still hoping to incorporate that Dora somehow. But in the meantime, Kyle slowly discarding those burdensome singleton honor tiles that have not been helping their hand at all.
They might just go for one hand with the red dragon at this point. Not sure how hard. I don't know how hard they're going to push for this Chanta.
Yeah, but considering their previous discards, building a normal hand is going to be difficult. It's, even this 5-pin, which is usually a very easy hand to accept, or a very easy tile to accept, doesn't work into their hand with all the previous discards. And there we go. We have, it's an unusual shape, but using the 5-7 and calling on the 6 does put them into a technically Tenpai. It's a bad Tenpai, but technically Tenpai for Vincent.
Still a Tenpai. They could, maybe they just want to. Oh, no, does not come out. Maybe they just need to pass the dealership. This is round 4. I think. Player fatigue does start to set in with all these. We're starting to see a lot more Renchan, especially now.
Right, especially since a lot of people who are lower in the leaderboard feel like they need to not just win, they need to win big in order to climb back up. So people less likely to shoot for some of those fast hands. Oh, Mimi committing to that Honitsu Chinitsu now. But they're going to have to discard the winning tile if they do draw into Tenpai.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kyle, still not in Tenpai, is just, one draw away. Now Kyle's in Tenpai as well. If Vincent shifts their weight here, they will deal into Kyle. And they do.
Oh, they do.
No.
Wow.
If they had kept their original weight, they would have probably won off of the
Mimi
Chinitsu on the other side. Yeah.
Yes.
But instead, further cements the 4th place, and the Renshan continues. 5 Honba. This is the second game in a row. We got up to 5 Honba.
Yeah. And we're seeing another potentially very fast hand from Kyle.
Yeah, even just drawing a random Sozu can shift their hand into a really long, maybe 3-sided weight Pinfu shape. But also getting a 6 or 9 can get them into just a really fast Tenpai with 2-sided weights. Not bad either. Like, this is the kind of hand that you just really want to open up.
Oh.
And cutting the 9s as expected. There you go.
But just one tile away from Tenpai with a very nice Pinfu as well.
Meanwhile, Warren getting blessed by all those honor tiles in a strong Honitsu shape. And potentially, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but if they keep drawing honor tiles, might end up with something that looks scary.
Yeah. And it's very fortunate that that's already 2 Han for their hand.
I think we're gonna see the white come out at this point, just lock in that Honitsu. Oh, perhaps I'm mistaken.
Perhaps they are going for the toy as well.
That does
Yes.
limit their potential for draws and for calls. But considering that the White Dragon hasn't been discarded yet, maybe they're holding on to hope. Probably gonna see that Tumon now as they commit to the Toy, the Honitsu. Maybe hoping to get rid of all the Monzu. Just go for Tsuiso.
Oh, that would be beautiful.
Be greedy. Be
That-
really greedy in this
It is.
situation.
This is already very greedy. That what they have, and we have a Ricci from Mimi. So those white dragons are not
not-
coming out.
They're not coming out, but they're also not useful in Mimi's hands since they're being used as a pair. So if Warren does end up discarding them, and a fighter, we have a fighter here, holding onto that single Dora by itself. Oh, and now waiting on the Dora by
Dora.
itself.
Wow.
Oh, and
Oh,
another reach potential. Not gonna reach because they have the closed Yakuhai.
And look at
and
Warren.
drawing into Tempai. Of course, waiting on the White Dragon. Now we're playing Russian roulette.
Oh. Are they going to con for flow?
Con!
are.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this.
And flips up 3 Dora for Vincent. Now do we see a reach? Vincent can change their hand. They do not need to discard. This is going to be a winning tile if they discard the 6 or the 7. And they keep it for the 2-sided weight. And as a result,
So
it's Warren who deals in.
listen.
Wow.
Wow. What a round.
Lots of twists.
Wow. And we are into South, finally. So hold on to your seats.
After 5 long repeats.
And lots of twists. We are in South. I almost fell off my seat there, but
Kyle, maybe considering likelihood of a Honitsu, goes for the more moderate discard of cutting the honor tile that's by itself. Because with that pair of 9s, if they decided to go to Honitsu, their hand would be really slow. And, oh, we have a possible Shosangen already. Little do they know that the tunes are already spoken for.
yes, we have a mochi mochi situation. Nope, they don't go for the Shosangen instead of going for speed.
And here we have an unusual decision on the dealer to call first and get their Yaku later. This is the nightmare of the Mochi Mochi situation, as you put it. The only way that Vincent can win is if Warren decides to cut the tunes, which Warren is also using as their pair. So
Yeah.
we might end up seeing if one of the other players reaches, it's the only way that the hands will advance.
This is they are taking a lot of risk with this, calling this early and waiting just on the tune.
It might be a little bit of desperation considering they're in last place, and they really need to get the dealer repeats.
Does not keep the East.
Looks like they're just going for whatever they can call. Unfortunately, they can't call the 4s as they're using them as their pairs, so they'll need to draw some other tiles to incorporate.
Oh, draws a Dora.
Well,
they could
can,
put that into their hand.
and unfortunately for Vincent, Warren does not need to use those tunes as a Yakuhai, having already locked in their Hatsu early on. And this is a very unfortunate situation for Vincent, where the 4 is unable to use them as the pair.
And having to cut the Dora as well. We'll see if he manages to keep his dealership.
Now this is no Souths have been discarded so far, so Kyle has a hope, perhaps. If Kyle, not saying they're going to, but probably considering if they cut 3 9-so in a row. All right, does not go for the greed play. Now Kyle is actually technically Dama-10 for just waiting on the South, which could come out of Mimi's hand right now. But instead, the 6-mon comes out and goes into Warren's Yakuhai Nomi. Well, this is a very uneven distribution of points. Vincent's in a very tough spot. No more dealerships left, lost in 4th place. Kind of has to fight for big hands, and also kind of in the middle of the leaderboard. Needs to fight very hard in order to move on to the cutoff point. So, and also can't really just hope to try to get 3rd, right? At this point in the tournament, if you just settle, then you'll just end up below the cutoff.
Exactly.
ポンです
But as for everyone else at the table, kind of getting bullied by Kyle at this point. Kyle, who is also coming in pretty, like, plus 11 is not bad as far as the tournament's ranking is considered. Maybe hoping to take this strong commanding lead and use it to climb their way up. And also using their 1st place position to bully the rest of the table with this kind of, I'm not going to say it's a super obvious Honitsu. That 9-so did come out really early, but at this point, cutting those middle tiles might look dangerous to other people, or maybe they're just thinking that Kyle has just a Yakuhai and would feed the rest of the tiles that Kyle needs.
Warren isn't in. So this looks like this game might be a fight between 2nd and 3rd place. Warren does have in the leaderboard plus 43, which is not bad, but seeing as they're in 3rd place at the moment, they might need to do some work to get their standings up.
This is a good hand to do that with, since they have already guaranteed Tanyao and a closed Ipeiko. They're going to devalue their hand a lot if they call here, but they could get into a Tenpai for Tanyao Dora, which is why it's a difficult decision, and is rewarded by not doing that.
They discard the Dora, but they do Ricci, and it's a very good weight.
All right, and with that reach, this does have a Mangan potential. Reach Tanyao, Pinfu, Ipeiko. And a dealer Mangan. Dealer Mangan, not bad.
That is not bad.
It's definitely enough to push them up into 2nd place, which is exactly where they want to be. Even if they don't get 1st place in the in this game, they can still end up being positive over Kyle in the leaderboards overall.
Yes.
Kyle now doing sort of a dangerous dance, but getting a lot of pairs, discarding safe-ish tiles, but could still end up in a toy or at very least a Tenpai situation.
We have a reach from Vincent.
Another Tanyao reach.
But it's Kyle.
Kyle, who's trying to dodge, deals into the dealer. And that is exactly what they want right now. Getting that direct hit on the 1st place player. Not only bumping them up into 2nd place, but now it's in reach. Now there's a chance.
Yeah. And also, this could shift the leaderboards as well.
Previously, 1st place was, I don't want to say it was a dream, but it was a long shot.
Yes. But now it seems it's very possible. And at least they are securing, having a pretty good healthy lead as a 2nd place over Mimi.
pretty typical hands right now. Nothing too particularly fast. Nothing particularly interesting in terms of the development. Getting the pair of Dora there is great for Vincent. And now Warren sneaking in possible Sanshoku with the 5-6-7s. In fact, if they could just pair up those 4s or 3s, they could even Domaten Sanshoku. But of course, the best draw in this case would be getting that 6-pin.
Yeah. A closed Sanshoku is always a very nice hand.
I think cutting the 3 is correct there, because now they can use the 5-6-7 on a 2-sided weight. A couple of 5s already in the hand, but an 8 wouldn't necessarily turn that away if that means getting an early
An
tenpai.
early reach, yeah. Reach or tenpai as well. Oh,
And then we have the 3-sided weight. That is definitely cut the more difficult to use inside weight there.
Yeah,
although
definitely.
I think just a personal choice, I would have probably cut the 7 first, because the 5 could be used with the Dora if you get lucky there. You get a 5-4 and wait on a 3-6 there.
If the 3-pin comes in. But it looks like they are just going for pure efficiency at the moment and trying to get into tenpai as quickly as possible. And possibly get another Renchan and build up their lead.
Oh, and that con makes reaching a little bit more delicious here for people who can fight for that quick tenpai with their closed hands. Nobody is open yet. And Mimi is the first to capitalize on those free Dora.
Yeah. Waiting on the 3-so.
But getting the early reach with a con. How did that happen? How did that happen?
What?
It wasn't safe.
What? Oh.
And flipped up 2 Ura because of the con. Well, one of the Uras was from the reach, but another Ura from the con turned this no anything hand into a Mongon.
Yeah. This is it's the 3-so. Thank you, Tips. You have to believe. You have to believe in the 3-so. Yes, believe in the 3-so.
I'm not a superstitious person, but I'm starting to believe in the 3-so.
Oh, it's very much real. You do not disrespect it. I would say at the very least. We're in South 3. Suddenly, Kyle not looking so comfortable.
Right, that hit, like the early lead was a strong one, and that Renchan was fierce, but can't get complacent, especially against other players' reach, especially against Epots. Taking a hand that was literally, it was a one-hand hand. It was just reach. And between the con and the Epots and flipping those Uradora, turning into a Mongon hand, it was like alchemy.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, but
Here we go, another Sanshoku chance.
Are they? Yeah. Oh, and this is a very good one because we have a 2-sided weight on that 5-6.
So many,
even if it doesn't pan out, it's still a very good weight.
Yeah, and a 2-sided weight and a 3-sided weight at the same time, while being able to hold on to that safe tile. That's always the best thing when you're like, I don't need to have a better shape for efficiency. I can hold on to this Hatsu, and when I get into Tenpai, I can just slam it, reach just like boom.
And 5-so draw.
Thinks about it. It's
they
not
committed?
actually that much better for efficiency,
Yeah.
so yeah.
It's not needed. Warren looking like they might want to go for that Honitsu, but still
Committing super hard. But, at this point, Warren's got to do something to maintain second, or to climb back into second.
Second, exactly.
Yeah, snap that off, and in fact, it's probably going to be a Chinitsu.
Oh.
Now, this did not get the side for the Sanshoku, but a 3-sided weight with a reach as dealer, no complaints.
No complaints.
No complaints. Going for the slightly safer discards but has been given permission. You may not discard this 3-pin. It is safe. and everyone else just struggling to get into Tempai. That
Yeah,
Dora
and-
looking pretty difficult to use in Vincent's hand. Might have to come out as a safe tile later. Oh, speaking of dangerous tiles, sliding into that hand, possible Itsu for Kyle.
But they
Kyle
might.
does not have a pair. Has to decide now. What are you going to do for a pair, Kyle?
Are they gonna cut? Oh, they cut.
Does
Fine.
not go for the Itsu, but does keep the dangerous tiles. And that 7 slides right into Vincent's hand. Now Vincent, Ishan 10, but we'll have to discard the. Oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't even come around.
Oh no.
We have a possible flip here, as that 5,800 points might actually switch the tables. And it just barely does.
Oh, Kyle is not doing so hot.
Can't squander your early lead. It's a cushion,
Yes.
but it's not doesn't make you invincible.
Yeah, as we're finding out right here in everything is turning around in the south round.
Now, Vincent, I like Vincent's hand right here with that pair of Dora. Even though it's super far from becoming a well, it could be a Cheetoy.
It could be a Cheetoy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, even though it's not super close to finishing out, because there's so many calling opportunities, and because those Dora are so valuable, might have potentially gone for a Honitsu there, being able to call the West Witches, West Seat, or the Hatsu,
And the
or the
Hatsu.
Doras.
Yep.
Instead, going for just efficiency, right? This is a bit unusual considering it's South 3.
Yeah.
It's they're in last place, and they're not super high on the leaderboard, so
They might
I
be
think-
pushing for calling the West and the Green Dragon, and potentially even calling the Dora, and building quite a bit of a toy hand even.
yeah, but
might
those
be
Monzu
dreaming
aren't really
big.
doing Vincent any favors at this point. Dare I say it again? We have another 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku potential.
What is your opinion on Sanshoku? Because personally, it's not something I go for. Like if it ends up happening, sure. But I'm personally not someone that goes for it. But I know other players definitely, if they see the chance, and they definitely go for it.
I think you just have to keep the potential alive. Like don't break. Like if it's a choice between going for a bad weight or a Pinfu that doesn't have Sanshoku, I would usually go for the Pinfu.
Yeah.
Unless I think I can catch somebody in a trap, right?
Right. Yeah.
And there we go. We have no Sanshoku, but bullying the table with the reach, letting everyone know, hey, I'm dealer. I'm in Tempai. Fight me. Vincent deciding to take the challenge, fighting, has that pair of Dora, not doing a whole lot else with their hand though. Once again, the Monzu are not doing Vincent any favors right now.
Yep.
I think they might have been better off if they just kept every Sozu in their hand up to this point.
Mm-hmm.
Mimi really hoping to get a Dora. In fact, it's worth a Han either way, because if Mimi gets the 1 so, it's a Dora. If they get the 4 so, it's Tanya. So, they don't. Here's another interesting choice. Mimi did not reach in the shape that gave them Pinfu.
Oh yeah.
They cut the 6 instead of the 5.
Uh-huh.
But I guess if they get the 7, is the 7 still out there somewhere? They could con.
No, the 7 is in Warren's hand.
Oh no. Well, I guess that hope is gone. So that was maybe a bit of a misplay on Mimi's part.
It will say it's a choice.
A choice.
It's a choice.
And Vincent, despite having a really complicated struggle, manages to get into Tenpai, where they can also win on the Dora. Now here's the sad part: is if Kyle discards the 1, then Vincent would head bump Mimi.
And Vincent.
Double
That's
Yakuhai
good.
Dora Dora. That's definitely enough to shift the rankings around again.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, the person who gained the most from that might have actually been Toyman Warren, who got second place because the first place player dealt in.
Yes. Yeah.
And now everyone's within basically a mangan of flipping things around.
Mm-hmm.
Vincent has to fight a little bit harder, but that 8,000 points was not nothing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Now they are, a direct hit Hanuman even from going up to second or third, or maybe even first. And considering the rules don't have the requirement of being over a certain point threshold to advance, that direct hit Hanuman it's not an unreasonable dream. But Kyle's hand is looking so fast here that it's gonna be it's gonna be a tough dream.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would even reach this hand. Well,
No.
gonna bully. Lots of dealers asserting their dominance, saying, "Fight me."
Yeah.
I'm dealer.
Maybe
I'm a
hoping for that Ura-san, Not
or
impossible.
maybe they're hoping they can draw the con. Vincent has the last 8, but Kyle doesn't know that.
Trying the 3 again, waiting on the 3-6. So do not disrespect the Sanso.
Looks like most of Kyle's winning tiles are already incorporated into other players' hands, which is gonna make it harder for them to draw in. It's definitely gonna make it less likely that anyone else is going to randomly discard into their hand.
Yeah, so I believe all of the 6-0s are in people's hands, and another 3-0 for Mimi. So there's only one 3-0 left in the wall.
Yeah, and Mimi possibly getting a Sanshoku, not Sanshoku, a Sananko.
Yes.
If they can just draw into Tenpai. Warren calling into Tenpai. That's basically all that we can say at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't have a hand that would allow them to really aim for that first place. But they are going to fight.
Lock in second. Fight for second.
Yes, fighting for... And it is a fight for the second with all these point standings.
Indeed.
This must be a little bit frustrating for Kyle, reaching, quite early, but not really getting the draw they want.
And considering how few tiles are left, we might end up getting another shot at this.
Mm-hmm.
After all, it's highly, highly unlikely that Kyle's going to win. But who knows? That last 3 could be the next draw. Or it could be the next draw.
Yeah.
Still haven't seen... Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Warren finally sneaking into Tenpai. Discarding, super scared. Super scared.
Yeah, but they do have to go for it.
Watch Warren draw the 3. Oh, good.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, and there it is. Con. Wait, can we con? We can.
They
con.
Can. Oh.
Deny that last draw, and there goes that east probably. Nope, the 4. Okay, I guess the east wasn't that safe.
That must be heartbreaking.
Yeah, and even denying that draw still cost Mimi points because they weren't in Tempai at the end there.
Mhm.
But seeing all of your winning tiles get conned, be like, I can't do anything about that. Literally can't. It's in the rules. I cannot
Yeah.
do anything
Mhm.
about that.
Yep. And it's Sanso as well, so
Gotta respect it.
gotta respect it. Yes, robbing a con does not work. The Chan con does not work with closed cons. So there's really nothing Kyle could have done in that situation. But Kyle does have some pretty nice shapes.
Yeah, we could see another fast hand here, and maybe Kyle might decide to do Dama this time and hope to sneak it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously Kyle hasn't been drawing. Well, they are getting to Tenpai. They really haven't had drawing their winning tile, so maybe not reaching would improve their chances.
All right. Well, we already have technically Tempai. Warren waiting on just the 6-mon, but no Yaku because they would need to use the Hatsu to make a Yakuhai if they don't want to reach. And this is a bad hand to reach off of, especially if you're not going to guarantee getting into first place at all.
Yeah.
Vincent hoping to use those Souths, the Dora South, but if they do, other players are going to be very wary of it. Like Mimi holding on to that South, trying to incorporate into a Honitsu, where it's safer. Lots of good draws for Kyle here.
Yeah.
But with all those good draws are actually some difficult decisions. Finally, Warren mentioned find a two-sided weight, and now those 3s and 6s are dangerous. And yet somehow Kyle finds a way. Oh, a con!
Oh.
Things got so exciting with that reach and that con.
The new yep.
Now Vincent maybe just hoping to use those Souths as a pair, getting a reach in if they can.
That's very possible. I wonder how Kyle is going to.
This one, which is Adora, it's so scary. Like, do I cut the South? No, we'll cut the West.
Yeah.
Maybe we can reach. We'll just use these ones. We got Yakuhai, Dora 3. That's good enough. Two of them. Vincent, Mimi holding on to each other's tiles. Oh no, Vincent pairing up those 8s.
They have to deal out the 6. They don't.
And Warren, it's like, this could have been a Yakuhai. Whatever, we reached. This could literally go any way. This is also a tough choice. Okay, incorporating the 6 into their hand, Vincent. Oh no. This could turn out poorly. If Vincent gets obviously not getting the South. Meanwhile, Kyle can't seem to get Tempai to save their life.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Locks it in.
There you go.
And what are we going to see? Are the 1-so coming out?
I think it's the 1-so going for waiting.
Everything else seems so scary.
Yeah.
And the 1-so. Oh no, it was the 7. Oh my. Holding on to the possibility of that call. Kyle cannot draw.
Yeah.
Keeps getting those Pinzu. It's like,
oh
no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The 6.
It comes out.
Oh,
it goes to Warren.
It's like you see the trains coming. You know what's gonna happen. And
it's a Riichi no Mi.
No Ura.
No Ura.
Locked
Riichi
in second place. Really hoping to flip anything to bump up that, just one more Han.
Does not. But they do. I think in terms of standings, though, second place is not bad for them.
Yeah.
Sadly for Kyle,
points.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle had a 60K at one point.
I know, and ended in 4th.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh.
No,
that's the way the titles crumble.
Kyle is still first here. Kyle has
Oh, Kyle's
39
still
Kyle's
first.
first.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
Vince who's in fourth, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
then Warren second and Mimi third.
Yeah. What a round.
That was
That a
intense.
roller coaster
Yeah.
of points.
Are we going to see are the standings being processed at the moment?
I'm 99% sure that was the longest game.
Was that longer than the round 3?
Longest for this round, I mean. Yes,
Ah.
indeed the standings are here already, so let me just do a really quick refresh and make sure I don't have a black screen like last time. Alright, we're good. And here are our standings.
It's blurry, so I'll look at the.
Oh no.
But looks like Nobita-kun is still in first,
Alright,
followed by Pio.
I can try and up the zoom in.
And look at that, Warren! Going to number 7 in the standings.
Yep, that's qualified for sure. Oh well, not for sure. We have one more game.
No, we still have one more game. Kyle ended up being 15, still within, still has a shot. So that.
Yeah. So from
Still
top
has
to
a
bottom
shot,
here,
yeah.
we have Nubita-kun, whom unfortunately we never really got Nubita-kun on stream. Like, I would put them on now, but it's sort of anticlimactic because we know Nubita-kun's making it. We'll put Nubita-kun on tomorrow, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I mean, assuming no disasters happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus 111. So all these points are multiplied by 10 just to keep them as whole numbers. Pio right on Nubita-kun's tail there at 109.3, and then Timo here 104.7, and then from there I think everyone else is somewhat in jeopardy. Taru has a pretty nice buffer of about 30 points over the cutoff at 77. We've got Rogar, David Brotz here, plus 60. We got Point here, 56. Malthusis, who we just saw, Warren, 55.3. U-Kitten we saw before, the game before, 51.9. Thursday here, back, not quite in the top 8, but definitely in contention at 49. And then Mopal's still been up here. Chiara, which is a new name. We haven't seen them up here, but they are in contention, 41.6. Queenie we saw right at the beginning of the day, 41.1. And Whaler here at 40.0. Everyone else still has a chance. I feel like anyone, if the cutoff is plus 51, I think anyone who's still positive has a reasonable chance right now. Even the slight negatives probably still have a chance that they can pull off a really big game. So this last game decides it all. And I definitely better check the if the games have started, because we had the longest game of that round for sure.
Here's some news. Timo apparently had a huge jump in points, going from 500 or so to 500 or so to the 1047 that we just saw. So they did a big jump into third place. So definitely anybody's game right now.
Yeah. All right. So we will be taking a short break. I'd like to thank Plentiful Pie for doing commentary for this fourth game.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. And I do have a Twitch channel, but it has Tetris stuff on it at the moment. But I will think about streaming Mahjong So in the future.
I mean, Tetris is interesting as well. I would like to
Yeah.
see good Tetris players. I can make lines. I can make multiple lines, but I can't do it
That's
quickly.
all you need.
All right. Any other shout outs you'd like to make?
No, not at the moment, but I might see you guys tomorrow again.
All right.
So yeah, this has been fun. Thank you, Carrot.
Yep. Well, I believe Carrot had to disappear really quickly, but thank you, Plentiful Pie, and on behalf of Carrot, I'll thank you for him. And
I thought we would be like carrot pie or something.
carrot pie, very tasty. Although I think usually they make carrot cake. I think.
We'll make it work.
All right. We will see
thank
you all in a couple of minutes. All right, no more delays, no more extra minutes. We are back here. Round 5 has not started yet, but it's me again. What's up? And I'm here with Carrot Parfait for the final match.
Well,
So, in the meantime, we'll just take a look at the standings again. I mean, there's not too much to say over what's already been said. We have the pairings, so I am going to dig for a game that has a lot of players, but also that we haven't really seen on stream yet. So the pairings have been made. So when you're on the cutoff, how much are you like looking at other players' scores?
well, in a perfect world, I would be looking a lot. I would be using that to calculate exactly how many points I need to get, and, doing all that sort of mental math. Unfortunately, it's like two things usually get in the way. One is you don't know what the other players are doing in this game, right? They might be doing well, they might be doing poorly, especially in large tournaments. I'll generally know like where I am in terms of the cutoff going into the last Hanchan, but
Right.
When it gets down to it, I just play the same as always. You just like try to do as good as you can. I guess usually it'll help me decide which mode I'm in. Am I in? I just need to maintain, like try to get a safe second, or am I like I need to push? So like Strug City, like let's get first or bust.
Right.
And then the
So
third mode is just desperation mode. It's just like, no, we're in the bottom of the abyss. We're never gonna make the cutoff. I'm just gonna like, whatever. We're playing funsies mahjong almost.
Yakuman or bust mahjong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really tough when you're like 30 or 40 points from the cutoff, and you're just like, nothing I do matters. And then you get hands that are just like, there's no way I can turn this around. It just takes like the feeling of desperation or despair even, and just like you just have to suffer through it. You just have to. You're playing mahjong for everyone else. You're not playing for yourself anymore. You're doing it to be polite.
Right. Yeah, there's actually a lot of that that sort of atmosphere, especially in the Japanese mahjong, where they're like more serious about it. They're like, if you're not gonna make top cut, they don't expect you to win cheap hands. They expect you to only be winning if you're getting Yakuman that are actually gonna give you a chance at scoring big. So I found another game here. It's not Mopal's game, but it has a lot of the people on the cutoff and not really people we've watched. So I think we're gonna go with this one.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a cultural thing to what you're saying as well. It's like, it's kind of rude to just like end someone's chance at winning the game if it doesn't help you at all.
Right.
To just be like, it's in the rules of the game. What? I won a one-hand hand. Deal with it. Game's over. Let's go home. Right? It's like,
Yeah.
it may or may not have any sort of merit for the person who's doing it, but like you're saying, it feels like you're really just all you're doing is spiting the other players as opposed to playing to win.
Yeah. And there is something to be said, because this is actually going back to the Tsuchida lecture again. His lecture was really good for, like, the philosophy and how to keep your love for the game, how to stay interested in the game. And he said like you gotta respect all the other players. He even said you gotta respect the tiles. Like he's not a fan of the big slammers, but at least respect all the players. You're all there to have fun. When someone wins a big hand, you say nice hand, that kind of thing.
Right. It's really easy when you're trying to get competitive and you're trying to improve yourself and score well to, fall into the salt pits.
Right.
But there's no love in the salt pits. It's just salt.
It's just salt. It just burns your wounds. So this game should be interesting. We'll have 4 new players on stream. 2 of them are sort of on the cusp. Maybe even 3 if you want to stretch the definition to getting some 80,000
Yakuman.
point games. Yeah, Yakuman.
Yakuman or bust.
If you have 30,000 and you get a dealer Yakuman, you have 78,000. All of a sudden, anything is within your reach at that point. So,
Yeah, so there was it was one of those like famous stories that gets retold over and over again. But like one of my best games ever in League in our private or not private, our local league was like the game ended on East 1.
okay.
And I got a dealer double Yakuman and just boxed someone.
It was one of
It
them
was simultaneously the highest scoring game that we have on record and also the lowest scoring game on record.
Man. I mean, what do you do?
There's nothing you can do. It's like East 1, like Kokushin Muso, 13-sided weight. Guess the game's over. You want to play a second game? It's like, no, I'm good. Peace out.
Nah, I'm good. Everyone just disappears. They're too disheartened because it's like they have the most reason to play because they're like that took like 2 minutes, but also they have
it's like I came here to play mahjong, not to flip the leaderboard and then run away. But
all right, so we have our final match of the day. This is only one of the tables, but it is the final match of the day, and we're starting off with Alex here in the dealer slot with double East pair. That's pretty nice. On the right, Nico has 1 south of their own, or sorry, Atsushi. Gotta work on my Japanese pronunciation here. They do have an Anko, closed triplet of the 5-pin though, so that's pretty cool. And in fact, doesn't want any of the wins.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that they can use that. The 5s could even end up being their pair depending on how the rest of the draws pan out at this point.
Yeah, and so those are our 2 players to watch for sure. Those are the ones on the edge of breaking into top 8. Unfortunately, Daryl, I'm not seeing too many ways that Daryl can make top 8, but never say never. Unfortunately, this hand is a bit of a never for Daryl, but we'll see. And
You're saying Alex is a shoe-in right now for top 8.
No,
right?
I don't think Alex is a shoe. The plus 56.5. So the current cutoff is about plus 50. So if Alex goes negative, there's a very real chance that Alex falls out.
Currently, solidly in top 8. However, you can always room to screw yourself. Is what we're saying. That's the moral of the story.
No, Alex is only 6.5 above the cutoff, so it's not really solid. Like technically, Alex is in top 8 right now, but it's not a super solid lead. Only 6.5 above the plus 50 cutoff.
And the plus 50 might even change depending on if the people who do well continue to do well. That's one of those things where it's the weird thing about cutoffs is like you would expect like the cutoff to like the point to keep going up over time, but since scores are kind of this random walk, it might like creep up a little bit, but usually it kind of plateaus, right? There's the highest score might shoot into the atmosphere, but the average score isn't gonna like necessarily continue to keep going up unless you have a lot of games, which is what like long leagues and ladders and stuff like that end up seeing.
Right. And then we've got Bert on the left, who has a chance, but would need a lot of points here.
Yeah, and like the difference between -11 and +17 is not huge when you consider the ranking
Cheetah.
bonuses as well. But going up the -11 and going an additional +50, yeah, we're gonna have to see probably some, definitely some dealer wrench-ons or something like that for
Right.
there to be any real choice.
Renchan or Yakuman? You got one of two options. Which one are you gonna take? I would say they both rhyme, but when it comes to Japanese, a lot of things rhyme when it comes down to it. They have
When you only have 5 vowels,
right.
so here you go. Atsushi is holding onto a closed Ankan of 9s. Not going to incorporate those in any other way, considering they discarded the 6 and the 8 already. So we're probably going to get into a situation where they're hoping to draw a 3 or 6 to get into Tenpai, and then con into reach. Like that's always the thing that you love, right? Is con into reach.
Right. I think possibly on Ishanten. Oh no, just cuts
No,
it.
just going for safe.
It's-
Like, well, you know what we have? We've got some safe tiles. Don't wanna deal into this dealership
That's
right
right.
away. Oh, are we gonna see a shift? Are we gonna switch to a inside weight to incorporate that Dora?
That is a scary
Now-
door to discard.
It is a scary door to discard. Also, that's an interesting choice. The other thing is like waiting on those ones is not good because so many have been discarded. It's
Yeah, the one mon is actually dead, so I can kind of see why Alex made it. Alex has got one in his own call, and then there's one in Bert's left side.
I mean, three of them that Alex has drawn so far.
That's right. Still, though, being Tenpai kind of important.
That was, keeping those ones might have been, in hindsight, the correct choice because it's likely that Alex won't even end in Tenpai at this rate.
Yeah, that is.
And even if they do draw a 3 or a 2, oh, that's the only thing, literally the only thing that they could have drawn to not get into Furry 10. And it ends up being they had to deal in, at least it wasn't, Haite, but, that's
yeah.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Unfortunate first dealership especially when you're trying to just don't lose, just maintain.
I don't
It wasn't
think...
a big hit though.
I don't really think there was any way that Alex was going to be able to use that Tuso and still be Tenpai. So it was just sort of a what can you do kind of situation there, I think. But this hand, Nico or Atsushi's got a decent hand here. Maybe Tanyao, maybe just Ricci. Also has one East, so might be able to use that. Daryl on the right is looking at not a bad hand either. Sanshoku Chanta, maybe even Junchan. That could be a hand worthy of scoring points. Bert across the table looking at maybe a half flush in Sozu. On the left, we've got Alex. Has a Dora connected and a pair, but not too much else. Yep. Atsushi moving ahead pretty quickly with this hand.
Which is great for a dealer, and with this shape, it's easy for them to call and, keep the just snap it off as soon as someone presents the opportunity for a Tanyao.
That's right. I think Nico is one away. Yeah, Nico's one away from Tenpai.
So that tile right there is a very interesting tile efficiency problem.
Yes.
Right. It's like, what do you cut? Do you keep this 3/5 that's by themselves, or do you cut them and hope to draw into something that gives you more efficiency later?
Yeah, because that
at this
actually
point, there's not a lot of.
It sent Atsushi back into Shanten, so further away from Tenpai. But now
this was an interesting choice. Is they kept the 2 earlier and cut the 3, but now they're keeping the 5. Even though the 5 isn't Dora, it isn't related to Dora, it isn't, right? So, they made the decision earlier, but now they're sort of second guessing their own decision.
I think my guess was they saw Daryl's Sozu call and the 677 mon early and were scared of half flush or feeding a full flush even, knowing that Daryl needs big hands.
Yeah, but at this point, now that the 5's come out, it's curious as to why the 5 is still in Atsushi's hand.
Yeah, can't really answer that one anymore.
There's still
but-
just one call in for Tenpai, though.
That's true. There are still 2 other players who the 5-so may be dangerous against, but I think the 5-so is really a stumbling block for Atsushi here. It's definitely making the hand a lot slower.
And here for top Keck, we have Daryl with the Chanta. Chanta no Mi.
Yeah. No, it has
Oh, Chanta
Sanshoku.
Sanshoku.
Yeah.
Yeah.
リーチだ
Although it'd be nice, this would be a great situation to swap that Haku for just like a 9 mon or something.
ラン
Yeah. But
But managed to snap away that that quote safe discard.
yeah, I think
It's like, oh, this is definitely not going to deal into Epos. Oh, that wasn't what I expected.
Daryl might have been willing to pass on it if someone hadn't reached it already. First, you get an extra 1,000 points, and secondly, now you're worried about someone else winning. Daryl's hand really solid here. Possible Sanshoku's got a Dora already fixed up, and there's the pair not inside the 567 Sanshoku and not the green dragon that allows Daryl to get both Sanshoku.
Oh, and there's
And
the
the-
6.
It
It's
just
like
gets better.
handed. Yeah, just needs to draw that 6 cell and can Damaten the Sanshoku and Damaten the Yakuhai.
But it's not a free win here. Bert on the right is 1 away from Tenpai, it looks like. Yeah, Bert just needs to pair up one of those other tiles, and they'll be Tenpai as well.
The Norths aren't doing them any favors, but you know, it gets them closer to Tenpai. That's really all that matters.
Yeah,
And Daryl takes a step back to reincorporate that 5 mon that they cut earlier. Now really needs a pair, since they're cutting the Hatsu also. Like technically the 7s are a pair, but we're getting further and further away from that dream of the Sanshoku. It's evaporated now.
yeah, both the Sanshoku and the Green Dragon, Daryl discarded them both. There's still Tanyao and Dora in the hand, but I feel
Might
like
shift into a Pinfu shape now.
yeah, I think Pinfu is pretty likely, but there's a lot of value that sort of evaporated from the hand in the quest. Quest for Pinfu.
That's a questionable discard there as well, where they had the 6. They could have taken this 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7 shape and then like collapsed it into at very least an Ipeiko, since they're not getting Sanshoku anymore.
Right.
By cutting the 3, and then they could draw 4 or 7. But I think they might be tunnel visioning a little bit at this point.
Yeah, in the meantime, it looks like Lichman has found Tenpai. Not a great weight, 5-so only, so it doesn't reach you.
Right, and it's not a Dora. But if they draw anything that connects to that 5, they can cut one of the Norths and have Pinfu.
That's right. Alex is 1 away from Tenpai across the
And
table.
here we have the Pinfu Tenpai.
Yep, Daryl finds Tenpai.
It wasn't the most point-wise, not the most optimal hand, but getting into dealer first is Tenpai. Big deal. And also Bert reaching by discarding a tile that, waiting on a tile that is safe to the dealer. So someone might be like, I'll cut the 5 because it's safe to the dealer at some point and deal into Bert instead.
Yeah, it's a pretty weird dilemma, because normally you want to Damaten or silent Tenpai that without reaching so people aren't suspicious of you, but Bert had no Yaku, so Bert didn't have a choice but to reach if they wanted to Roan the 5-so.
Right, and another option would be to just put it off another turn, right? The 5 is safe against the dealer. The Hatsu, not a great tile to wait on, since there's only one. It would be a literal hell
そりゃ
wave.
当たりだよ
Oh, but it paid off.
Yep, and an Ura on top, so that's not bad. Not bad for
You
Bert.
know,
Bert's gonna need more than that.
scooping up that reach stick.
Yeah, Bert's gonna
But now
need.
they get the their dealership, so it could be the start. Could be the start of a long climb.
That's right.
Stings for Daryl finally getting into that really, nice tempi shape, only to lose on a singleton weight. Feels bad.
Yeah, it does feel pretty bad. Especially when you need every dealer turn, like Daryl does. No, this hand. So, Bert could have a pretty quick Tanya here. It's hard to call Tanyas like this when you have the 2-3 mon and the 7-8 pin because of the chance that you get the 1 or the 9 and you lose your Yaku. So not too easy to do an open Tanya for Bert here for a quick dealer repeat. But still chance of close Tanya for some nice value.
And also, this is a nice, compact shape with lots of tiles in the same suit that are that you can draw into, and not even particularly bad weights. So, we could see this hand advancing pretty quickly. Oh, but we're snapping it off, going for that one-sided Tanya shape.
Yeah, so the danger here is if Bert does draw the 1-mon, then they're Furiten, because when they discard the 1-mon, they can't win on the 4-mon. But Bert does have the 5-mon.
As long as they hold on to that 5-mon,
yes,
the 1-mon's not a problem. The real problem is the 9-pin.
that's right.
Because they don't have the 6 as a backup.
And Bert finds it here. Calls it with the 2. Still gets rid of the 5, though.
So, yep. Yeah, well, has to keep tempi.
Yes.
Now we're in Katagari here, so that means that one side of the weight is the valid win. The other side, they can't win off of.
Yeah.
It's unlikely that anyone's going to discard a 6-pin into this hand, but...
Well, Daryl has already called themselves into a pretty tight spot, so Daryl might... Oh, but Daryl might actually want it for Toy Toy, so you have a point there. Because Daryl needs a lot of points. Daryl draws 6-pin, might just go for Toy Toy.
Yeah, and there's only one 6-pin left in the wall. And there's, fortunately for Bert, there's also only one 9-pin left in the wall. So getting the 9-pin, Bert does not want. 6-pin hopes that somebody either discards it or that it slips into the hand. Are we going to see a con? Con for points? Fourth place, you gotta. It's like contractual.
That's right. Oh, this allows Bert to change their weight.
So it's no longer Katagari. Now the 8s are gone, but there are no 3-pins. There's one 3-pin that's Bert called. So back down to still waiting on a single tile. One tile left in the wall. It's just a different tile now.
Yeah.
Atsushi, those 2 Dora, spicy.
Right.
But it's also the door indicator, so...
Oh, well, that's a nice draw, but will Atsushi push here? Very dangerous board that they're looking at. To be fair, I don't think Atsushi really has all that many safe tiles to discard either.
Yeah, Alex is also in a bit of a spot with their call. At this point, probably just only hoping to get into Tempai at the end.
Yeah.
And not deal in.
Actually, none of these hands are that huge.
This is Daryl deciding not to cut that door, looking super sus.
Yeah, that is absolutely nightmare fuel. that fresh East that has not been discarded.
Dora, no one's discarded it. Atsushi, what's coming out? Cutting the things that are not useful for Tanya. Good call.
Oh, Daryl would have won there with the crazy
with
courage. Yes.
Well, no, because the draw order would have changed. Atsushi would have called, and so
that's
Atsushi
true.
would have drawn that too.
Oh, how does that red dragon look? Is there only... No, there's 2 of them out. It's not too bad.
And we have Tenpai check. Just collecting those, sweeping those 1,000-point sticks.
Yeah, only the dealer was able to make Tempai there.
Yeah, that's one of those interesting things where, like, the con didn't actually improve Daryl's hand, but it changed the dynamics of the table because of the Dora in a way that made it so that Bert, who didn't end up winning with their kind of try-hard Tanya Onomi, was the only one who got any points. Just because now everyone's, like, sussing out the whole table.
Yeah, like that East. It was still a live Yakuhai, so usually still pretty dangerous on that last line, but now it's...
Especially when their dealer is representing no Yaku,
Right.
right?
Now it just gets ludicrously dangerous when it becomes the Dora as well after the con.
And you're just like, do I want to give someone 12,000 points? Not today. Not today.
Okay, so Alex here on the right, calling for... Well, they do have both sides being Yakuhai, so they're not going to have to worry about not having Yaku there. Big draw. Draws to Tempai. One on hand, but I think Alex
Wow,
is fine
there you
with
go.
that.
Snap it off. Be like, we're done with this Ranchan shenanigans. We're not going to go to 5 Homba in this game.
Yep. This is Alex's last dealer turn, though, and currently they're in last place. So they won the last hand quickly, but they got to do something big with this hand. Immediately starts...
I mean, they're last place in this game, but they're first place in this table standings-wise.
Right. But
So...
I think taking a last place is going to put Alex out of the top 8.
Right, but from Alex's perspective here right now, like, within a Mongon reach of any player.
Yes, it is still a close game, for sure.
You know, especially as dealer, like, a Sumo Mongon will put them in first place.
The only issue is Alex still does have to win something. Alex can't afford to just play defensively and protect their position.
Kind of reaching a little bit on, you know, no pun intended, on these hands. Like, this is not like a slam dunk hand. This is a, especially against a spicy.
Yeah,
give me some water.
We can see that this
challenge
isn't
fight
super dangerous.
Oh, I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah,
like, I was hoping to see some real fighting here, and you know, if Alex does, if Alex, oh my, you could have been a contender. You could have fought.
Oh,
this is so spicy.
I almost feel like Alex.
Oh no.
Point wise,
it's like okay, 3 more hands that I can chase this back on.
Yeah.
Just do a runner, and it was just a reach pinfu.
But after the second reach, it's got to be hard. Even if it is your dealer turn, it's got to be hard to push with a hand that far away from Tenpai. I think it was actually 3 Shanten. It's just really difficult.
Yeah, but on the other hand, this is a spicy hand.
Yeah, this hand. So Atsushi here in the dealer has, I would say, a reasonable hand. In most cases, I would think this hand has a good shot at winning. But
yeah,
Daryl on the right is not doing too badly themselves with a Dora, but
I
across
like
the
Bert's
table,
hand.
yeah, across the table,
looking
Bert
at
just
that,
has...
like let's get Toy Yakuhai Dora 3. Let's just do it.
Yeah, Bert does need something like this, especially Bert has one more dealer turn.
And Bert's in first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this could be the Bert show.
So.
Oh no, those Easts.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. Although to be fair, East is not Yakuhai anymore, but
it's true. It's true. Like this is the better hand for efficiency and winning. If those are the things that you care about.
But if Bert had known that he was going to draw a second East, it would have been easy to call that. Maybe get Chanda.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
not
the Toy
Chanda because of
Toy.
the Dora, but Toy Toy, yeah. Let's see. So if Bert ended with 60,000, that would be plus 30 plus. That would be plus 45. That's probably not enough. So I think Bert is actually looking at something like 80,000.
80,
Yeah.
80-ish.
Yeah. So
It's
Bert.
not impossible, but it's you got to be a bully. You gotta
Right.
you gotta want it.
Yeah. Bert needs a lot of work
Oh,
still.
you know what would help though is show Songa.
Shosan, yeah.
Atsushi's like,
might.
you know what would help is Chinitsu.
This is getting
This is
a
spicy.
little crazy. Let's see what Bert does. Let's see if Bert plays it greedy.
This is 5 alarm spicy.
Oh,
Oh,
not so greedy.
a little disappointed at the lack of greed.
In fact, I don't even think Bert can really pawn the Dora here. Maybe? Oh, now Bert can. How will Bert play this? Because Daryl's in Tenpai. On that 3-man. If Bert goes for Honitsu, that's it.
Yeah, but what does Daryl have?
Yeah, it's not about what Daryl has though. It's about what Bird will lose. It's about what Bert will lose.
No, I mean like as far as Yaku, Daryl now the only Yaku Daryl can get is Sanshoku.
Oh, you're right.
For the Sanshoku.
You're right. Okay.
Like they locked in a no Yaku hand.
Yeah, I thought you were just talking about the value of it. I didn't actually look to check for Yaku, but you're right. Atsushi here, 1 away. Ishan 10 for the Chinitsu. Or maybe just Honitsu with the Red Dragon.
That Shun looks super safe.
Yeah.
That's not an easy tile to call though.
Nope.
Like that's not gonna help anyone.
Nope. I'm not sure if Atsushi really wants to wait on the Chun, but if you're talking about discarding it later on as a
Safely?
safe tile, yeah, it's
Safely,
really
yeah.
nice. Oh,
Oh, the Dora though.
oh, Bert
The
giving
Dora.
up so much value
So
to
many
take the quick
dreams.
tempai.
It's like watching a child learn that Santa Claus isn't real in front of you.
Oh,
like-
Atsushi Tenpai. Atsushi Tenpai though. If someone cuts the Dora again, Atsushi gets a Haneman. Otherwise, Mangan on the 2-pin.
I mean, Bert, good thing you cut the Dora when you did.
Or he could have just not cut it at all, you know?
Or, well, yeah, that's what I was saying.
Oh,
Like-
yeah. What's gonna happen now? Yeah, I mean, Alex probably gonna play it safe.
Oh my goodness.
Weight change?
Oh my goodness.
Nope, no weight change.
Technically didn't change the weight, but
Right.
you know.
Yeah, there was a possibility to change weight. To get
know.
forced Itsu on that.
Yeah, but the 2-5, good enough.
Well, so it would have been 1-pin, 4-pin, 5-pin. Because the 1-4 would have finished up as pair. With the chance of Itsu for Haneman. Although, to be fair, if you get the 5-pin, you get Haneman from Dora anyway.
Yeah, this is. Well, we'll see. We'll see if I don't think these pins are coming out of anyone's hands.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna have to.
But
be
I also
next.
don't think anyone else is gonna get into Tenpai at this rate.
Well, Bert can still win here. There's still a well, I don't know if Alex is actually
Atsushi
gonna
could
cut
draw
a 3.
that last 3.
No, the threes are all out.
Threes are gone. Nope, could not draw that 3.
It's just if Alex cuts that extra 3-man, doesn't look like Alex is gonna do that.
Yeah, I mean, like Alex is so far from what we would consider a viable hand at this point.
Yeah. I feel like at one point,
especially
Alex...
holding on to that tofu tile, it's like no one has discarded this white super sus against that not even remotely Honitsu to the dealer side.
Right. Oh.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
well, Alex is gonna
Safe.
fold it here.
Safe play.
So, Bert and Atsushi both clawing their way up with some Tenpai bonuses.
Yeah, but the question is like, why would Bert hold on to that 3-mon that's not that's very obviously not usable? I guess there's a chance.
There was still 2 hidden, like they were hidden in Alex's hand. I feel like Bert should have just went in on the Honitsu though, with the Dora pair.
toy Doras.
Yeah.
Or anything, you know.
Let's see what we got here.
Oh,
Oh,
double Yakuhai for Atsushi.
yeah. Atsushi also
That's-
has the Dora connected.
And, there's no reach sticks on the table, but we still have that Honba.
That's right. Alex has the other Easts, so they might not be coming out that easily.
Also, like, the scores are even closer now. It's just like everyone's within, 6,100 points of starting.
Yes, that's
This is-
correct.
This is what we would call, in insider speak, anyone's game.
It is really anyone's game, but the scores kind of tell a different story, like the standings.
Right. Like, even though anyone could win this game, everyone's playing a different game.
Yes. Oh,
Like,
Daryl's got
I'm
some.
playing Mangan or Bust, or I'm playing Yakuman or Bust.
That's right.
Also considering Alex doesn't get another dealership, that also, and in fourth place, a very like high score fourth place, like easy to come back ish kind of fourth place, but still fourth place. Like,
That's right.
Alex can't just take a nap. Can't
Yes.
sleep through the rest of the game.
Like Alex has to win something. About
Also,
5,000
Daryl.
points at this point.
Daryl not trying to force the Honitsu there. Instead,
Yeah.
going for more of a Chanta shape.
That's right. Like the 7-8 is a two-sided weight, but it doesn't really count if one of the sides is not the side you really want.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Let's see what Daryl does. Yes, he doesn't even call it, so like it's not even really a two-sided weight if you're only waiting on one side. And just check
Right,
out the discards. For
Yeah,
9
and also
pin.
like, yeah, the 9 pins are pretty much dead. Even if he gets the 1, is not going to count for Ipeko. And Atsushi here is just like, trollololol.
Atsushi doesn't quite have the Mangan. It's got 3 Han. Maybe looking if Atsushi draws Dora and then gets another Dora, it's Haneman with the Toy. So that could
Yeah,
be huge.
Toy. Here's the real question: if someone drops the 4 mine, do you YOLO?
I think so. I think you do. It pushes. Yeah, there it is.
There you go.
Oh,
There's the choice.
Atsushi does not
no,
YOLO.
does not YOLO.
At that point, you don't even need the Dora.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
There you go. It's the sneaky. I'm totally not waiting on a 4. Who's waiting on? What's a 4? This is safe.
This is crazy, actually.
Well, there you go. There's where the prophesized Yakuhai Toy Dora, guaranteed Haneman at least. And Daryl now finally coming to terms with Honitsu self, got the 1.
Yeah, Daryl could even
Got
make
the 1.
Toy here. And,
So we have Yakuhai Chanta Honitsu waiting on the Hatsu.
Yep,
Who has the Hatsu? No one has the Hatsu. Where is it? It's hiding.
they're all in the wall somewhere. But
Daryl
Daryl
doesn't know that. Daryl
Yeah.
doesn't know that.
Daryl could even cut Hatsu here if gets a call on a 2, a 3, or a 1. The only thing is the 2
well, watch
so
out,
is
there's
in
that 2
discard. Yeah.
in his discard. So well, this is an interesting hand. I'll give it that. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah. I mean, what can you do
That's
when you're
the
that far
one!
behind?
That's the one.
Not quite the Haneman. Oh, it is the Haneman one.
It is It's
Yeah.
guaranteed Hanemon.
That's right. Yeah, Atsushi.
All right. Well,
Really good chance.
That was the big wave. Oh my goodness! And the starting hand.
Yeah, I mean-
fighting. That's right. It's like we are getting into top 8. That's what that emote's saying. Like, we're doing it. We're getting there.
That's right.
I just need another 33,000 points. Bear with me. We'll get there.
Well, Atsushi does not need 80,000, I think. Atsushi just needs probably a 60,000 is solid. A plus 45. That should be not guaranteed, but a really good chance.
Oh,
with
you're
something
right.
like
You're right.
60,000.
It's Bert needs 80.
Yes,
Atsushi
Bert
can do
across
it
the
with much
table.
less. and Alex, just chilling with a pair of Dora.
ポンするよ
Like we can just Dama this into second place. Like that that hit on Daryl.
なのです
Alex is the secret benefactor there.
Yeah, that is true. Alex is no longer in last.
Like, don't even have to work to not get last now. Getting second, also probably pretty important for Alex to make the top 8, though.
Yes, I think Alex will need a second. I think a third might push Alex out of the running. This could be 7 pairs hand here.
Do we see a con?
Well,
That's
I
a
think-
greedy con.
Yeah, I think that tile is actually really useful for Atsushi here.
It is a real useful tile, especially like, forcing those 3s into a triplet and
何なのです
it's,
Oh,
it's,
makes
it's, It's a sign. It's a sign. It's like, all right,
Right.
we got there. We got the pair of Dora. We just need to get like Tanya or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
it looks like Atsushi's going for Tanya as opposed to Honitsu because it's a little faster. I think
Oh
that's
yeah, as soon as that 9 came out, right? Like I might have cut the 2 pin.
oh,
Might still cut the 2
okay,
pin.
still cuts it. Yep. I think the reason that Atsushi conned the Tuso was because they're thinking about Tanya as opposed to Honitsu. I think if you're thinking Honitsu, you don't con
This,
the 2
Look
pin.
at this.
This is wild.
Now we're looking at maybe this is Honitsu. Maybe it's a sign.
Yeah, maybe it's Toy Toy as well. Across the table, why is Lichman's hand completely red?
Whoa!
So
So many minds.
two of them deal into Daryl.
Yes.
But two of them are Bert's Shampon, or two-sided pair winning tile. Bert might actually have a bigger weight than just the 2 pairs, but I'm not 100% sure. That's a
Losing hope
complicated-
on well at least
At least.
that's disappointing.
at least what?
Uh,
Yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, oh, and then last place got a small hand. They still have their dealership, but
This is Daryl's last stand. Like it really is their last
plus
stand.
not just Daryl's last stand. Everyone here at the table needs to win,
That's true.
right? Like everyone here could potentially get bumped out of top 8.
Yep. I think with the way the current scores are, nobody makes it into top 8 from this table if the scores end like this.
Right? It's like just enough so that Alex loses second place, and with the penalty, gets knocked out of top 8. We have Atsushi can't quite close the gap and get a solid enough first place. Look at this hand! What's going on with this hand?
This is why Daryl called the quick hand, because they knew.
Are we gonna get to see something fun like a reach Honitsu Yakuhai maybe?
Yeah, the hard part is the rest of the Easts are already in discard, so we're looking at a pretty shoddy wait for Daryl when it comes to the end,
Yeah,
unless they
and
cut
it-
it here.
Well, actually, might even cut the Tuso here and try to force an Itsu.
Yeah, that's fair as well. I think in the end, I feel like the Easts have got to come out. I mean, unless Daryl gets Tempai really fast.
Yeah, and like being on a Tempai where you're only waiting on one tile, and Daryl doesn't even know where the other Wests are.
Yeah, that's just very sad. That's extra sad. Alex has got them across the table.
So it's like actually Daryl is. Yeah, this is where the East.
There it is. There it
East need
is.
to come out.
What a draw. Oh, the Wests
Oh,
come
well,
out. Oh,
that's fine.
no.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's
fine
fair.
because I mean Daryl doesn't know this, but that like those Wests were dead.
At least Daryl might have had a chance if he reached for Alex to discard them as
The Wests
maybe
as
safe
if they were
tiles?
safe.
Yeah, but now Daryl really only has a one-sided wait period, no matter what.
Well, I mean, Daryl
Red
could get
Dragons.
could just draw the red dragon like
Yeah.
a boss.
Yeah, well, you can
Have
see
that two-sided wait
Alex.
for an
Alex
Itsu.
just cut a west. Alex didn't call the west, even though it's their Yakuhai, because I guess they need more points.
Alex needs to get let's see here, either a Hanemon off of somebody else or a direct hit, basically a Mongon off
That's
of
right.
Bert,
Yep.
or a Sumo. Even a Sumo Mongon won't do it with no sticks on the table, right?
There is
'Cause that'll
one more
put-
hand to go. Because we
True.
are in
I
South
mean,
three.
Trying to get a runner where it's like I got to win two hands in a row.
Yes, that is tough.
All right, Daryl. Yes, lock it in.
Red Dragon's still on the wall, right? I don't see them anywhere.
I thought I might be missing something. Like, who's gonna draw it first? And if they draw it, what are they gonna do with it?
Yep. But Daryl's still not Tempai either. Really unfortunate draws
I know
here.
this is like not just Daryl, just like all around. Everyone has these like so close to almost being in Tempai, but like just not drawing the right tiles. Just
That's
watching so
right.
many people struggle so hard to get into Tempai. It's a little
Yeah,
a little frustrating.
I think
it's like, oh, there it goes.
Oh,
Perfect. It's
the perfect draw.
The closed.
Oh!
And the oh no! Oh,
I don't know if it's
Bert!
coming out
Bert!
though. I feel like it's not coming
The
out because
dominant-
Bert's not
No.
even Tempai.
Not even Tempai.
Yeah, so Bert
Just
doesn't
so
have
sick.
any
It's like,
reason.
Like, you know what? Dodged a bullet. That was the biggest bullet. The closed Itsu, Honitsu,
Oh.
Yakuhai, 18,000 point shift. Like that would have been. That certainly would have changed the standings.
Yeah, actually kind of important here. Alex made Tempai on the very last draw, on the Haite draw. So now,
Now Alex can sumo a Mongon and get into second.
yeah, also Alex has a ridiculous hand. What is this? What is this? What is this? Daryl calling quickly, but still has to find a Yaku.
Yeah, I'm like, are we going for Sanshoku?
Could
Doko?
could be a dealer bluff to just try and get the Tempai redeal, but it's
You know,
really
like,
early.
That's. I would say that is likely, but this isn't the first time they've called into a no Yaku hand
Mm,
this game.
yeah, Bert on the right. Looks like Pinfu at best, but even that's a bit of a stretch.
This is a struggle Pinfu hand. Like it's got that 9-so, got that 8-9, got that south just kind of.
Oh, there it is though. There it
helps a lot.
is. Oh, but Alex with the sick draw. I mean, it's not
and with that
perfect.
Dora 5, just like whatever.
And what does Nico do? Because as we said, Nico still needs points. Probably something like 60,000, not quite 80,000, but Nico's still looking at something like 60,000 without a dealer turn left.
And even with that Yakuhai North, that hand is not spicy.
Yeah, it isn't. But-
That's a peanut butter and jelly hand.
But what does Atsushi do on the left, really? Other than North here. Guess you just sit and wait for the hand to come to you. The 7 pairs is an option.
I mean, it's not an option. It's
Yeah.
like maybe 7 pairs if you get a Dora, and you're like, okay, 7 pairs double Dora.
Right.
Somehow Daryl's like, okay, we managed to finagle into a Chanta hand, but we're still, even if we call into it, gonna be down to like
Oh,
10.
big draw.
Not only Furry 10, but also like the tunes are gone. There are no more tunes.
Yeah,
Has to call the 9-pin in order to even get into Tempai.
right. In the meantime, though, I mean,
Okay,
Alex
that's an
across
option. Can shift into the
Yes.
7-8 weight.
Alex across the table after losing the pair by tripling up the East, found a pair of Dora. So that's just...
And then reached! Oh my... There it is! We're gonna see the reach Ippat Sumo.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it needs a Sumo Mongon, that's what we said.
Not quite. Oh, there's another...
Oh, and there's the 9, that 9.
I feel like Nico's going, or Atsushi's going for the pairs hand, so the 9s aren't going to come out. Leaves one 9.
Well, I mean, this is a good thing.
Oh, but there it is!
6!
There it
Sumo
is!
Dora! Did we flip 3? Did we flip 3?
Ooh, wrong
Oh,
wind.
the other side!
Wrong
The other side!
wind.
That's fine. But like we said, that's going to swap places.
Yes.
And now we have a real chance that they could end up back into the top 8.
That's right. Alex has to protect this second, I think. That's the biggest thing. If Alex loses the second, that's it. I mean, this is a hand to do it.
On the other hand, Alex could just get another Sumo Mongon and flip into first.
Yep, and that would definitely leave Alex in top 8 for sure.
But that's a real strong draw.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Alex might just go for the fast hand calling souths if Atsushi discards one.
Yeah,
Although,
it's one of those hands where you have to ask yourself, how greedy am I?
yeah. I mean, this is where all that point calculation comes in, right?
Right.
You don't know exactly, yeah. So Alex is going for the one han, convinced that second is enough to keep them in
Stay
top,
in top
8. Yeah. And I think this is the right call. I think there would have to be some real insane shifts in score for Alex to be pushed out of top 8 with a positive score in this game. It's not impossible, but I think this is the best chance. Like, this is the highest odds.
And also, like, the risks are so high.
Yes.
To try to force a Mongon hand out of this. Or, you know, similarly to try to, like, get a hand that you can reach on with the hopes of flipping the score even higher.
Yep.
Super risky.
So, Bert in the dealer spot just focused on keeping dealership, and is kind of getting there. Alex 10 by now, though.
That was a very difficult, like, tile efficiency problem for Bert right there.
Yeah.
And ended up discarding exactly what Alex needed for a two-sided weight.
Really unfortunate for Bert there, but
Here's
extremely
another
fortunate
really
for Alex.
tough tile efficiency problem. Like, do you keep this 2-4? Do we keep this 8-9? Well, the 8-9 has the Dora. It doesn't matter.
And
End it.
there it is.
End it. Cut it off. Just scoop up whatever, you know, extra, like, those 2,000 points might actually make the difference
Yeah,
between
that's
the cutoff.
plus
Who knows?
2. Plus 2 when you're that close to the cutoff makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and, you know, the risk of just, like, getting bumped into third place by someone else winning, that's, like, let's not do that. Let's just hope that all of the other tables didn't end up with, like, massive scores that cause huge shifts, because that fight over 8th place, it's actually a really contentious fight right now.
Yeah, so you can see Atsushi here with the win, but 27. Well, I'll just bring up the scores even if they're not in the right spot. Atsushi here with the win at plus 27.2. That's only about plus 44.
45-ish.
Yeah, that's probably not going to make it, unfortunately. Especially with Alex here moving up to plus 60 with that plus 10.9. Plus, like, basically plus 67. And that I would bet money. Yeah, I would bet money that makes it into top 8.
I'd be real comfortable with that. I'd be like, you know what? Even if somehow we fall out, you know, we made the correct choice.
Right, for sure. And unfortunately, Bert and Daryl were already negative with another negative. They will not be moving on to day 2, but very good competing till the 5th game. Very strong competitors, very good willpower. You always like it when you see people go through to the last game, especially online where it's that much easier for people to drop out. Like
Oh yeah.
in physical tournaments, people don't drop out as much, unless they're really sick. But online, there's like a lot more dropouts, and we need people so like the subs don't have to get in there as much, and so the standings, they're more concrete when all the players are still playing. And everyone has a goal. Even if their goal is I need plus 100, if everyone has a goal in the game as opposed to subs who are just playing to play, it makes the game more exciting. So shout outs
Certainly
to
makes the
Bert
game
and
more
Daryl.
interesting to watch.
Yeah. When people are going for those huge hands.
Oh yeah, it's also great. Looking forward to tomorrow for the semifinals and stuff like that, where you can see the exact calculations that everyone's being like, okay, I need this, and we can squeak by. There's still a
Right.
chance. Telling me there's still a chance.
There's still a chance. All right, let's see if there are any more games going, because that one was not extremely long. It was medium length, and these are the last games. So if we can catch any more interesting games, oh, I think I found one here. I don't know if I have enough time to put the overlay on, but I will try. South 3. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong overlay. Let's try this again. All right, so current dealer, clear. And then alright. Oop. Guess it's like that. So I gotta go find all the scores, but these are the names for now. Let's flip the hands down.
We got someone representing Final Fantasy 14 Primal server or Primal Data Sitter. Good luck. I'm now rooting for you.
What server are you rooting for? Or do you...
Oh, Leviathan, obviously.
I see. Oh, and dealer turned stolen here.
Got the Reach Sumo Pinfu Dora,
That's right, and we're going...
which is the saddest four-han hand, but still technically more points than Roan.
Yep. Yeah, because Roan would only be 3 Han. Alright. I can get the scores in before the end of this hand. We'll put it that way.
All right. Well, we'll just be in blind suspense here. We got two people who are super duper close. This is like Lewis has been generous with their points, and pretty evenly split between Kyle and Chiara. So honestly, South 4 could be anyone's game, and if Chiara wins, then we get to have another hand because we don't end if a dealer wins.
Right, and so there are your scores. Actually, the two players with the best chance at
Oh my
qualifying
goodness.
are the ones...
They could both qualify. Especially with these scores.
Yes,
Like,
that's
because you're
correct.
looking at, +5, plus 25. No, sorry, 20.
Yes.
+5 and +20 on top of 36. That's I'm real bad at math. 60.
61, yeah.
And that's probably in the cut. And meanwhile, Chiara, with even in second place, Chiara, once again, probably making the cut here. So we could see two people, unless they knock each other out. Very likely that they might end up playing again tomorrow.
That's
and
right.
looking at this like delicious hand. Look, this could turn into a Sanshoku. This could be a Penfu. Okay, not Sanshoku anymore, but
It's more than enough.
more than enough. Like honestly, a one-han hand is more than enough. Just
one
to-
Han, we have to do a replay. So you probably want a little bit of insurance if you're
just a
Chiara
bit,
here.
a bit of padding,
Yeah.
just a little bit of padding.
For Kyle though, one Han is just fine. And
Yeah,
you can see
looks
that.
looks like Chiara is just fishing for a safe tile, right? Like
Mm,
we're gonna have this is the tile that's coming out of my hand sideways, or at very least when I'm Dama discarding, that's not gonna deal into somebody.
right. Oh, unfortunately, Charo was able to switch to the north here because the one pin, although it kind of looks safe, it was actually one of Kyle's weights. Well,
And no longer. So we have 2-5 weight up there, and Kyle, because they have an open hand, does have the opportunity to swap in a way so that they incorporate a Dora.
oh, and Chiara has to use their safe tile now because they drew Dora. Now they have to cut Dora for Tenpai. Will they
So now it's
risk
like-
it?
It's like Dama or Reach. Dama.
Oh, they risk the Dora. Real Mahjong energy. Ladies and
Big point
gentlemen.
energy. Oh, and
Oh.
a three-sided weight here.
That's Buriten though.
Oh, can't do the Furiten. Or they could and just reach.
Oh.
Three-sided Furiten reach. Like, come at
Ooh.
me. Come at
Yeah,
me.
there it is.
We'll just draw it.
There
Just draw it.
Oh my
That's all you have to
goodness.
do. And Kyle cannot change their weight because they already discarded that East first discard.
But Kyle
And
gets
this, yeah, and there's the safe tile, safe to dealer. The fact that the dealer reach was contributed to that play. But once again, even though this ends the hand, we probably saw two people go into the top 8 here.
it. Yep. Oh, let's put the previous scores as they were.
There we go.
Yeah. So Kyle.
So we have like a plus over 70
That's
for
right.
Kyle. And then Chiara now with 64. It might be close, but probably in the cutoff.
That's right. And
It's like the previous game that we were looking at, that sort of mental arithmetic. Like 60s, like 50 was the cutoff. 60's probably good enough.
right. All right. Let's see if there are any more games left to dig through here. There's one left. Oh, it's Mopal's game. I think Mopal is the only one on the cusp this time. But that means there is someone on the cusp. It's in South 4. I don't know if I'm gonna get everything in fast enough. Just remember you're watching Mopal, because I don't think anyone else is within the cutoff range here. But I'll try and get it. No, Aggro was a late registrant, so don't have them. There we go.
I can hear the sounds, but we're still on the
Okay.
on the before screen.
Let's.
Oh, just in time for 2 reaches back to back.
Yeah. So
That look,
Mopal
the
here,
stare
the
of
dealer.
death.
Mopal here looks very solidly in, because Mopal is the one that was on the cutoff here.
Oh, but let's just Richi Patsumo and then flip some Ura.
Oh no. Is that gonna do it for Mopal? Let me get the scores, even though the game's over. This is the last game. Let me get the
It was
scores.
it was counting the reach, like a 7,000 point drop right there. Still in first place though.
Yeah.
It's like one of those desperate. It's like that's the kind of South forehand where coming into this, it definitely put them from 4th into 3rd place, but really probably just helping their overall placement on the leaderboard in the end. Just like, okay, might not make the cutoff, but at least I'm not doing as poorly as I was in the end. Oh no.
Yeah, actually, I think that's fine. I think that's actually fine. For at plus 48.1, this is gonna be a huge plus. That
Yeah.
should do it.
Plus 25 plus 15, so another 40 on top of that.
Yeah, that makes it for sure. Plus 80. So it looks like a mobile. Well, with all these high scores we saw, I'm pretty sure the
Like the 60s might be really close.
yeah, the cutoff is gonna move up for sure with that. I don't think the cutoff is gonna be plus 50 anymore. But that is the last game of the day. So now we just drum roll until the standings come in. Oh my goodness, this is the anticipation. I'm not even a player, and this already makes me nervous. It's like you can't do anything else at this point. All you can do is wait and see who scores how many points and whether your score is enough. Oh man. I guess we can look at the previous standings in the meantime while we wait for the future standings. Here they are. So some players we watch.
These are non-adjusted.
Yes.
Right? These are raw score.
This was 4th game, so we still have to add the 5th games in here. So,
and also, this is 10 times what you would expect, because this is points with the hundreds rounded off.
Yes, everything's multiplied by 10 so that it could be put in as an integer into the database instead of a floating point or whatever. But yeah, here's Point, the first one we watched, at 56.5. And we saw Mopel there with the big first place. Should make it. We had Chiara, who got that really large second.
Yeah. Also going to end up in like 65 or something at the end.
Yeah, and here's Kyle, who was facing against Chiara, ended up getting the first, and so should also.
But here's the real question: is like you look at everyone from like 4th to about 10th place.
Right.
Like, did any of them fall out? Did any of them get like 3rd or 4th places on these hands or on these games? Because that's going to be what really determines what the cutoff is.
That's right.
It's not just like who did well. It's like, did anyone who is writing in do poorly?
Let's see. Anyone else we watched that got something big? There's Atsushi, but Atsushi didn't quite make enough. And yeah, Rome unfortunately came in 4th in that last game. So we're looking at probably the current top 8. We didn't see how Thursday did, so Thursday might have gotten a lot of points. We've got Mopel did well. Chiara did well. Didn't see Queenie, Whaler, Q. Dogbite here, Kyle did really well. Didn't see anyone else going down the list.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, like, it's a nail biter. We're not gonna know until all the scores get put in.
Yeah, even these top 3, if they took like a minus 50, would be enough.
Yeah. Like a 4th place could definitely ruin anyone's day. Like this isn't even. like a really bad fourth place, it doesn't matter where you are in the tournament. Could definitely just end your run. But when you're going into the last game with such a huge lead, usually you have a different mindset, right? You're not just thinking like, let me play good mahjong. You're like, let me play defensive mahjong.
Right.
Like, I just need to not take fourth. Like, not taking fourth is a really low hurdle if that's your goal.
Yeah, and actually, in the previous season of Mahjong Soul, Path of Trial really sort of trained that skill set in a way. You know, they say Tenho can kind of train that skill set too, because it's like fourth place avoidance. But in Mahjong Soul, there were all these challenges. They're like, you need to score 5 games with 15,000 points. So it's like you start with 25,000. As long as you don't lose more than 10,000, you pass the trial. So you're just playing defensive mahjong and scraping at points where you can if people are getting too large sumos, or if you happen to deal in at some point. So it's definitely a different style of play for sure. But it looks like in the chat we have an 8 Honba game that went on.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, so
I thought that the 5 Honba games that we watched, which were the longest for each of those rounds, I thought those were going to be the tiring games. But no, 8 Honba. That's when you're just like, just end me, just let me go.
yeah,
Let me free. Let me out of this.
There are no more games in the lists though, so I think we did look at the last one, and with us 5 minutes behind, I mean there's still a lot of players, but it's just up to the standings now. What do you? So in a live tournament, and you're waiting for the final standings to come through, you're usually like sitting in a lobby room or something.
Yeah,
with-
because you can't be in the area where players are playing.
Right.
And it depends on how well set up the tournament is. Like sometimes you're playing, at a place with an actual convention hall, and you have like something that resembles a lobby with bathrooms and stuff. Sometimes you're
Hey.
just playing in a room.
Right.
You're just and so like it's hard to clear out the whole room.
Yeah.
And so like for those people you're on your 5th game, you're really tired, you have to make so many points, you have to like not get fourth or something like that, and people are like chattering, or people are like slamming tiles, just like it, like 2 tables over. It can be really nerve-wracking. I mean, it can be really nerve-wracking if you're in a hotel and you're playing in like super quiet room where everyone's just like you get the people who like they're done with their game, and they just like start forming this like circle around you watching because you're the only people still playing.
Yeah.
And the exhaustion really does set in. I think the exhaustion is more of an issue in in-person tournaments where maybe you have to go to a hotel, maybe you have to wake up early, you're not in your house, you're not comfortable. There's nothing comfortable about playing mahjong in person.
Exactly. So
like the chairs are bad. Let's be real. Like you don't have comfortable chairs playing
yeah,
mahjong at it's like it's those chairs that they can stack up by the hundreds and then roll away.
exactly.
Or if you're not even in that fancy of an environment, it's like usually fold up chairs.
Sometimes they
and-
have no cushion and they're just all metal and they squeak when you
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Oh,
like if you're lucky, you might be playing at an auto table. If you're not lucky, you might have to shuffle the tiles between every single hand, and it just makes it feel like it's going
yeah.
forever.
And then you have to worry about stacking your wall because you're playing
Yeah,
on a
you're like-
time limit, and if you like drop the tiles, you're
yeah.
like,
And you see people get nerves, like if they haven't been to a dozen tournaments or they don't usually play with tiles in person, and they're like trying to do the thing where they're stacking their wall and their hands are actually shaking.
yeah,
They're like,
exactly.
Yo, just take it slow. You can just put them up like a few at a time. Like, let's not. I'm not going to chombo you if you spill your wall, but like you are going to make it take longer. And that's why, at very least, when you're not playing on an online client, usually there's a hard time limit.
Yes.
Right? So you might not be worried about making the game go over, but you're eating into your hands. Like you'll get fewer hands if you play slowly. You play fewer hands if you build your wall slowly. And there's always going to be some people who try to take every advantage that they can to win.
Yeah.
And it's like, just don't be that person, right?
Right.
And
give people
honestly,
their comeback shot.
If you asked someone like, could you build my wall for me? Like, you're not going to run into people who are going to complain about it too much. If you're like, I'm just really bad at this. I admit that I'm bad at this. Could you build my wall for me so that we can move on?
Right.
Right.
All right, this one's a little bit out of left field, but if you are done the last game and you're sitting in the lobby waiting for the standings, do you go for the snacks or can you not eat the snacks?
Usually I know whether I'm going to make it or not. Sometimes it's close, but if I had a bad tournament, which it happens, like I've had tournaments where I've been like bottom 4, so
Yeah.
it's like sometimes you're just like, not only am I tilted, I'm just gonna keep tilting. We're gonna ride this all the way down, to the bottom of the abyss. If I know I'm not gonna do well, usually I'll just check out early and be like, that's fine. I don't need to check. I'll check the standings online later. I'll just go get myself something to refill my brain. You've been playing mahjong for 5 hours. You're probably like glucose deprived. You're probably just like on. I've seen people who are like, sweet, we're done with like these 5 hanchan. Let's play some more mahjong. Like, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where your stamina comes from. Like I'm done. I'm playing fun mahjong now. Like, not playing that like tournament mahjong. That's awful.
Right, and it just gives them a second win somehow. They're just like, I don't have to care anymore. Woo! Oh man, I definitely, if I'm nervous, I'll definitely grab some snacks. Maybe too many snacks, but I'm definitely not playing fun mahjong in the meantime, unless someone ropes me into it. Like, if we're in the lobby, I won't really start a game, but if someone's like, oh, we're playing, come, and we need a 4th, I'll be like, alright. And then I won't nab the snacks, I guess. Or maybe I'll nab the snacks.
I'm usually not the person who's going for the 6th hanchan or the 7th hanchan.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I'm too smooth brained for this, but like I've expended all of my energy by the end of like a day of playing mahjong. I feel like I'm working, double, triple overtime, and like it doesn't even matter if I was doing well or not. Like, if I'm doing poorly, I just like I'm tilted, I'm feeling bad, I'm just gonna done. And if I'm playing well, I'm like, I just expended like 3 days worth of calories right now. I'm gonna go like collapse in a corner.
Yeah.
Get something. Get a candy bar or something.
There was a big controversial article. It wasn't the first time the theory had been posited, but they had like studied Magnus Carlsen, I believe, like the #1 grandmaster in chess right now, and they're saying like playing chess burns as much as like 1,000 calories in an hour or something like that.
That's not surprising. But the thing is, like, when you're using your brain, you're using different kinds of calories than when you're doing like physical exercise. Right. So maybe if you get to the point where you're like in full ketosis mode or whatever, and you can metabolize your body fats and you can burn your calories that way, you can have more longevity. Otherwise, you need to just like, those calories got to come from somewhere. So if you're not just like ingesting them constantly, like I'm not a sugary drinks kind of person most of the time, except for when I'm playing mahjong. I'm like, that's when I'm gonna get that like super tall like latte or whatever, and like load it up with all the sugars and syrups and stuff like that. I'm gonna buy a Snickers bar and I'm gonna be chomping those in between games because like you need to ride that sugar rush.
Right.
Like you need to refill your glucose levels or you're gonna crash.
It was actually hilarious. I remember in high school, we were taking the province-wide test. It was like a statewide test for the U.S. To assess our how far our math and math and English had come along. And our school brought in a can of Pepsi and 2 cookies for all of the students. And I was like, wait a minute, this isn't a healthy breakfast. But now I kind of get why they brought in a Pepsi and 2 cookies. It was just like gives you enough energy to get through the testing.
Yeah,
Oh, man.
and you know, especially if it's just like any sort of exercise where you get used to how it feels, you get used to how your body feels when you're doing that. If you only take tests or you only play mahjong and you only do that sort of strenuous mental exercise like once every semester or like you know 3 times a year maybe, like you're not going to be used to it, and you don't know what that like feels like. You're just like, I just have a headache, that's all I know, right? You know, I just feel tired, I feel exhausted, I feel beaten up. But if you get used to the sensation of that tiredness in your brain, like you can build up a little bit of endurance. You know, you can get at very least, you know, your body knows how to react to it more.
Right.
So, and you know, that's a lot of difference between like people who play just competitively, routinely versus people who are mostly casual and then show up for competitions. You know, lately I've been more of the latter, where you know I'm not in training mode. You know, I'm not in like let's burn 2,000 calories of mental energy a day mode. But if you are interested in doing actual serious tournament stuff, like there is value in just like let's have a day where we're gonna play 6, 7, 8 hanchan a day.
Right.
Just to get
for
used to it. Just to get used to how it feels.
Yeah. It's definitely a case of every time you experience something for the first time, you're a lot less adept at handling it than the future times that you encounter it. So like that's what happens when you get thrown off your game, basically. When you're experiencing things for the first time, it's a lot harder to react. And you're like, in the future, you've made a plan, so that even the second time you see it, like you have a much better idea of what to do than the very first time you sort of experience exhaustion playing 5 hanchan or 6 hanchan in a row.
And you notice like things that wouldn't even be called mistakes, but just like, you know, you're trying to do tile efficiency decisions. Like if you haven't been doing tile efficiency problems to practice for that, and you draw a thing and you're like, do I keep this open-sided weight over here in this other suit with the middle weight, or do I keep this 4-sided straight thing here? And you're just like staring at your tile, and like online it's like the timer's counting down. If you don't make a decision, it's going to decide for you. And then you're like, all right, no, I'm gonna cut the 2, and then like you have a turn, you're like, oh, maybe the 2 is a mistake, and then you draw a thing like, well, I drew a 3, I'm gonna keep the 3 this time, and I'm gonna cut this other tile, and you basically like you start second guessing your own decisions.
Yeah, and you noticed that a couple times. People during the games were doing similar things.
Yeah, and you know, like it's natural to do that, where you're like, oh, I have a chance to like make up for that mistake that I made earlier that I've decided now is a mistake, but then you end up in Furry 10. And it's like, it's almost better to commit to your mistakes.
Yes.
And just be like, nope, we made that decision, we're going to stick with it, because if I don't stick with it, then, you know, it's going to come back to bite me, and then Like, there's no way I can win.
Yeah, I'm really not a huge fan of ending up in 310. Some people are fine with it, you know, and even in some situations it just happens that way, and I'll accept it and go for it. But I don't like to be 310. We'll put it that way. It doesn't feel good.
Feels bad.
You're just watching your winning tiles come out around you. They're just like, that's one less tile I can win on. Yeah. So it looks like most of the scores are in, but they are not official yet. So we don't want to make any mis-announcements, any incorrect announcements. We'll try as best we can to avoid that. It might still happen, but it won't be our fault. This is always the tough part. Yeah, like for the tournament organizer at this point, you're trying to handle all the people. Everyone's looking at the scores. We'll just have to see how everything shakes out. Ooh. In the meantime, thank you to all the follows and all the contributions to the 10 roll. All the yeah, so everyone's been collecting channel points to use towards the channel goal so that I can do a 10 roll on stream in Mahjong Soul. We got the follows, El Cerrito Realtor, Backdammon, Exarios, Heathery D, Echoline, Dusty Patches, The Real Demon Vader, Lord XP, OC Mojo, Raspberry Floof, and Crespacito. Am I gonna get DMCA'd for singing that? I don't know. I don't know if I should have done that. It's getting.
I don't think any algorithm will be able to pick that up.
Oh man, so you're saying I'm not good enough? That's what you're telling me. All right.
You're supposed to just bask in the shade. You don't call it out.
Understandable. Now you're shading me and bullying me. I see how it is. Anyway, time to get away from all that. B-Chen, the tournament organizer, big thanks to him. He runs PML, and as an extension of that, has run this tournament. So shoutouts to B-Chen. B-Chen has announced that the scores are official, at least as official as they can be. So we are going to bring you over. Drum roll. And congratulations to Timo, first place in the preliminaries. It's not over yet, but first place in the preliminary rounds. Timo, Pio in second, Nubita-kun. So the top three stay top three.
All right, they actually did go down.
Yes.
They were all over 1,000 points going in, but it just goes to show you gotta play safe. And
That's
you know
right.
what? A safe third place is better than a cratering fourth place.
Exactly. Cassandra coming in fourth. We saw a couple of her games earlier as well. They were pretty interesting. We did not see any of Elodie's games, unfortunately. But fifth place, Elodie right there. We caught the end of Mopel's big first place in the final game of round 5. Alexandra, congratulations. We did catch Kyle's. We caught a couple of Kyle's games. So Kyle came in 7th. And Linami here, Brandon, coming in 8th. So the cutoff was actually plus 72. We were a little bit off.
So all those 60s, like, probably safe. Nope. Turns out there were some real fighters that contributed a lot to raising that cutoff point.
Yep. It went all the way up to 72. That's pretty crazy. It jumped
Yeah.
over 20 points in one round.
And, it's not unheard of because what happens a lot in these sort of cutoff elimination tournaments are the people who are desperate sometimes, and, especially people who don't have any chance of winning it at all, sometimes just start playing a different kind of mahjong, right? They start playing more risky mahjong. And so it's like the players who are already doing well, who can play a more sort of reserved, composed mahjong, can sometimes just continue to roll harder against the people who were struggling or who have just given up.
Yeah,
So,
well, at that point you kind of don't have a choice in a lot of cases. You need hundreds of thousands of points or you're not going to make it. And so
Yeah.
you have to take risks you wouldn't normally take. Yeah.
And we were mentioning earlier the sort of cultural thing with the Japanese pro players and stuff like that. It's much less likely to see that in a Japanese pro tournament because even the players who are if everyone who's playing in the tournament is a pro, even the players who are at the bottom of the leaderboard are still fantastic mahjong players.
Right.
And they're not going to start playing sloppy mahjong just because they know that they're not going to make the cutoff.
Right.
They're going to play the best mahjong and maybe even just play a little bit more of a reserved mahjong than they would if they were fighting to take the first place. It's the people who are just barely below the cutoff that end up playing risky gamble mahjong because they have something to win if it pays off, and if it doesn't pay off, then they weren't going to make it anyway.
Yes. That's a fair point there. But yeah, it does not look like there are any more. Does not look like there are any more changes to the final scores. So we are done for the day. Thank you, Carrot, for
Thank you.
commentating 3 rounds.
Well, thank you for running the stream. This is a lot of work, and I hope everyone appreciates it.
Yeah. And thanks again to B-Chen for running the tournament, to all the players for sticking it out to the end of the day. To Ironlight for a lot of the back end, the tourney bot, and a little bit of help with the overlays as well as a little bit of organization. Our other commentators,
Seattle Mahjong League.
Right? Yeah, Ironlight also from Seattle. That's right. Our other commentators, we had Butane on today, we had Fake Gamer Guy, and we had Plentiful Pie. We have Carrot Parfait still here, and we've got myself, Tipzntrix. Some of us will be back tomorrow to do the top 8. Top 8, I believe, is 4 games? 4 games? I think so. I believe it's 4 games.
Yeah, it should be 2 semifinals and then 2 final rounds.
That's right. And yeah.
And on the semifinal rounds, because this is a top 8 cutoff, it will be top 2 advance. Well, actually, it's maybe you can better explain the tournament. Is this one where any of the points from the prelims carry over, or are we just going for a fresh,
all right,
top
let's
2 from
check.
each table, cumulative score?
Points are reset for the semifinalists for Hanchan 6. Points are reset. Yeah, so the points are reset. They're completely lost.
But is it going to be players playing the same players for both tables, or are the tables going to have 2 different sets of tables with cumulative points?
Looks like they're playing the same table twice. So they'll be playing the same people twice.
And is it top 2 advance or top 8 scores advance?
I am not 100% sure. It says top 4 cut. I think it's only by score. So it's possible 3 could come from one table, but that's really unlikely. I think it is by score though, not 2 and 2. But usually that ends up being 2 and 2. There's rare cases where someone dominates a table very hard that 3 people from the other table make it. But yeah, I hope to see all of you tomorrow, maybe even more for the finals. And from all of us here, you know, in the Mahjong community, from PML, from Toronto Reach here, Toronto Reach, from Seattle, and from all around the world, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.